Give it to me now. Drop that.
We're in the early hours of day number 5. I say that because last night some of the games went so late for the Australian Open animated, but we're here still continuing on for our round number 2 with the men's and women's singles. It's going to be a lot of action. For a lot of us, it's probably just any other day, but for the die-hard Australian tennis fans out there, January 22nd holds a special place for them because 66 years ago, the Australian Championship, which would then go on to be the Australian Open, began in Brisbane, and that was the tournament that delivered Rod Laver his first Grand Slam singles title. So it feels like a lot of Australian history tying into each other, especially when it comes to tennis here. So we're going to be talking about what is happening on our day number 5, more than just honoring Rod Laver and his first Grand Slam title, but of course seeing what matches are going to be playing on the very arena that was named after him. We've got 4 sets of matches there queued up for you guys. We've got Australian James Duckworth later in the men's singles in the evening and the night session, but it is going to be starting off with the women's singles with the 2 Americans. Jess Pegula there up against her counterpart McCartney Kessler. Over on Margaret Court Arena, it feels like there are just a lot of matches coming up against, you can't really call them teammates because they're not, but I guess nation mates here as well, with the Italians Musetti coming up against Sonego there in the men's singles. Later on, excited to see Naomi Osaka and the debut entrance that she might be having if there's going to be a new kit for her. We'll be seeing what she was able to display on her round 1 as well. And then over on Cain Arena, which will be the beginning of our day's matches, is going to also be having women's singles between 2 Americans. Again, Ashlyn Kruger up against Madison Keys, who is 9th seed, but defending champion here for the Australian Open. Men's singles, Dane Sweeney later as well. And we can take a closer look of the bracket for the women's here. The matchups brackets, kind of merging them into the same word there. But the bracket that is looking at Kruger and Keys in the bottom part, but also coincidentally Pegula and Kessler up in the top half of this seeding here too. So 3rd round, there is a chance that they'll meet up against each other, but depending on how today's matches goes, their 3rd round matches, we could be seeing some more American standoffs in the 4th round there for the Australian Open as well. The players are arriving on Cain Arena, hoping to get out there. There they are, walking out on the court. They'll put their stuff down, then we'll be looking at the coin toss. And while they're doing that, we can take a look back at the runs both of these women have had. I say runs, it's only been 1 round for them. And Kruger had a pretty easy one, was able to win straight set 6-3, 6-3 in both of them in her round 1. And Madison Keys, a similar sort of story, did have to go to tiebreakers in her first set, won that 7-6, and then the second set felt quite easy for her with a 6-1 win in that set for herself there.
So 2 enormously powerful players. Obviously, Madison Keys has got the pedigree at Grand Slam level.
As we tuck in. Oh, he had to make up some serious ground. It's had everything. Not another drop shot. He's there. Oh, he's not there. Well, there's good, and I'll raise your legendary. Third round beckons.
Game, second match,
He'll be working from home again. Majetovic's business trip is over. Australia through to the third round. That was impressive. It was also a lot of fun.
All-American Ivan Jovic.
AO. Go for it. Well done. A little bit far away. AO.
That's the way you wrap up a set. The big ace down the tee, and Jovic has played simply superb tonight. 6 games to 1. Yep. That's a good hit back, isn't it, from Jovic? Well, Laver Jovic.
6-1, 6-2.
Remember the name. That's a 6-1, 6-2 win tonight. Boy, this girl has got all the shots.
Yeah, looking at those highlights of yesterday's evening matches, you can really just see Jovic in that final point, what was going for her throughout that whole match. It was amazing, as devastating as it is to see wildcard Aussie Priscilla Hon there being knocked out of the Australian Open. Massive props to her opponent, but we can still ride the high of what happened earlier with Alex de Minaur being able to bring it back after losing that first set, going all the way to tiebreakers, to just then win it 6-2, 6-2, 6-1. He looked fantastic when we got to see what he was able to put up to the table yesterday there. And I'm hoping we're able to see a similar sort of story when we're turning into day number 5 now and seeing, you know, what could potentially be a close matchup between Ashlyn Kruger here and Madison Keys, with a little bit more pressure on Keys, definitely being that defending champion. And maybe we could have a look at how the weather is going to impact these women here, because every day we're talking about the weather. It seems to get cooler and cooler. Now it's down to 17. I thought yesterday was already a nice cool day for a Melbourne summer when it came in at about 20 degrees, but it's dropped 3 degrees even lower now, partly cloudy too. So I'm sure a lot of the players are going to be eager to play in this sort of weather and not have that Australian sun just down on them there. But we're gonna have a look at each player, what they're going to be bringing, and what essentially could be the way for them to be able to convert this match into a win, into a round 3 advancement for them. Starting off with Kruger, you can see down there, you know, using her second serve speed. Hopefully that's going to be able to take Keys off guard there and be able to have some extended rallies, favoring her a little bit more to just kind of wear out Keys in those long game points there for herself. But either way, it is a tough one because Madison Keys being defending champion, whilst it was a year ago that she lifted that trophy, nothing can be understated with just how far she's been able to come in that time frame, being able to get herself some more quarterfinals in other Grand Slams like French Open just after the Australian Open there last year too. And she's also looking for a little bit of a second serve aggression attack there and using her heavy forehand.
And, you know, she's matured now. She understands how to handle emotions a lot better.
Kruger won the toss and serves in the opening game.
I watched Maddie practice actually on Rod Laver Arena before this event started, and one thing that stood out to me was she was purposely, intentionally trying to get more shape on the forehand, and that's something that she's been working on for the last few years.
$15.
And you spoke about the matchup for Madison Keys, but on the other side,
30.
Ashlyn Kruger, she met that sort of counter-punching type opponent in the first round, and Sarah Belek of Czechia, totally different proposition.
And there's Hugo Armando on the right, coaching Ashlyn Kruger now. Ashlyn was with Michael Joyce previously, but just started working with Armando relatively recently. But I agree with you, David. I feel like this is a different matchup for Ashlyn as well. But I think similar to Keys liking the matchup, I do think Ashlyn would like that rhythm into her racket as well. I mean, there's going to be a lot of big ball striking in this match, no doubt.
Out. Cain, Kruger.
So a nerve settler there for Ashlyn Kruger. Opening game of this match. Renee Stubbs, multiple Grand Slam doubles champion, is down courtside. Renee, how do you see this one?
Well, just like Jill said, a big ball striking immediately when you're courtside for these types of matches. You're just overawed by the power that both of them have, and certainly from Madison. But for me, this is going to be about, I know we talked about serve and Bjorn talked about, you know, who can defend the best, but for me, it's who makes the less unforced errors in this match, because I think Madison Keys is not as confident nearly as much as she was last year. So I think if Ashlyn Kruger can sort of hit the ball in more, honestly, I think it's going to come down to who makes more unforced errors.
Led for service.
Kruger winning the battle of the cross-court forehands there.
Long 15.
Well, both of them play so similarly, and it is about the movement coming into the court for both of them as well. They're both going to want to be able to have that opportunity to step in and dictate as much as possible.
When you compare the form from last year, Madison Keys had that much anticipated quarterfinal showdown with the eventual champion Arena Sabalenka in Brisbane. Didn't turn out in Madison's favour. And then lost to Victoria Mboka at the same time, the same stage of the tournament in Adelaide. So two of the real informed players on the women's circuit at the moment.
Yeah, it was interesting because even though he mentioned she didn't have as many matches coming into this Australian Open, I mean, it's still back-to-back quarterfinals. That's still pretty good. So did get matches at the start of the season, which is important to be able to peak in the right way here. And those are two, like you said, tough matches in the quarterfinal. And Mboka ended up getting to the finals of Adelaide before losing to Andreeva. See Kruger trying to take that second serve so early. Keys is one of the nicest kick serves on the women's tour. It really does get up over the shoulders, and I think Kruger will adjust to that in time throughout this match, but right now just catching it a bit high.
Just recycling the pace of the return, almost knowing what was coming. 1-1 opening set. What's your predictor for the win predictor?
Well, I would think it would still be in Keys' favor, I'm assuming, but I do feel like it could be a little bit more even than that, in my opinion, just because of, the nerves potentially being part of this match for Keys, but not surprising that Keys has the favorite there. A nice deep return down the center.
Ashland's lone top 10 win of her career came over Lena Rabakata in Miami last year.
That's Keys' coaching team, who we spoke to, Bjorn on the left.
$15-13.
I'm not quite sure what Madison asked for there with the umpire, but certainly sitting next to one of the referees, so I'll let you know if I can find out. But it's interesting that Kruger has not adjusted to getting up to the ball on this end because there is a little breeze behind her back.
Oh, that came back with some interest. A break of serve with a ripping forehand return. And Keys has the early ascendancy at 2-1 first set. she would have expected to wear some heat from a player of Madison Keys' standing in women's tennis. So it's going to be interesting the way she approaches this tactically. Jill, this matchup?
I think tactically, she's probably just going to focus on her game. I mean, they both play very similar styles, and I think instead of worrying about what Kruger might do in this contest, I think Madison's just got to focus on her game and what she does best and try and take that first strike on the ball.
Time.
Well, so far, guys, I think that Madison Keys has done a great job with keeping her unforced errors down. She's hitting the ball beautifully, and I love the strikes through the middle of the court.
We just briefly saw a percentage that Keys is very good at is when she does get that early break of serve. She's very successful at winning that first set, higher than the top 100 average in the draw. 83% she ends up winning that first set.
Yeah, when you saw the schedule today, this match really stood out as a contest of first strike players who like to get on top early in rallies and use their big weapons.
One thing I'm happy to see is Madison Keys has gone back to her original serve that we saw last year.
Yes.
She's not got that abbreviated backswing that she had at the end of last year, which was obviously trying to help some kind of an injury.
Oh, wow.
Excellent. Yeah, I agree, Renee. I think it just looks so much more fluid. I think that fluidity helps keep her get some more pace and power on the ball. That is great balance to redirect down the line. And this shot has just improved every single year from Keys. It's made a big difference for her to keep rising to the top, that use of the backhand down the line.
Game, Keys.
A test, but she passed it with flying colours and 3-1 to Keys opening set.
Keys leads by 3-1.
Lift a lot of balls to the backhand side of this game. Just attack that wing, let her bail line. If she bails line, just pummel it the other way. Go, Maddie.
Bjorn just saying to keep attacking the backhand side of Kruger, but trying to continue to get it up. That's the few unforced errors we've seen from the Kruger backhand is when it's gotten high and she's tried to take it early.
$15.
Oh, she's making a real statement with that backhand. Opening the body and
15-all.
Swinging with great freedom.
Can I just say I never thought I'd see Madison Keys hit
30.
2 loopy balls. But it's clear that she's using the wind, and also there's no doubt that that is part of the game plan. But then when she steps in and clubs the ball, there's just nobody better at it.
So good. Drag wide, and that's just because of the
15,
sustained
14.
pressure on the Kruger game.
Sustained pressure, and also right out of the gates at the beginning of the set, really good consistency from Keys. Just seems to have a little bit sharper footwork right now than Kruger, getting in good position.
How about the use of the slice forehand just to keep the rally alive, and then bringing out the big weapons for a double break. So the defending champion with a 4-1 lead first set.
4 games to 1.
Just taking a look back at the Keys service motion, what Renee and I are talking about, we're happy that she has that more fluidity. She doesn't have that short tape back, and she gets the elbow, the right elbow down nice and low to be able to extend upward. Good wrist snap at the end. Love that she finishes inside the court. But it's nice to see her going back to the serve that I felt like overall gave her a lot more speed on the serve.
Yeah, last year she changed the step up. She had the platform legs.
Right.
Now she has the one where she steps up, and I think it really gives her even more pace.
Yeah.
Time.
Madison Keys, a double break, opening set, 15 minutes. It's been rapid fire from the defending champion.
Fifteen love. Fifteen all.
Madison is it's been such an exceptional start in this first set, and I just feel like when they get into a rally, Madison is the first one that is willing to change direction first. She waits for the right opportunity, stays cross, but she's the one that's been able to step up a little bit more in this set so far.
Jill, I think that's a great point, and one thing to
40,
that I
15.
noticed at the start when I said if she can keep the unforced errors down. I mean, thus far, Madison Keys only has 7 unforced errors. So for me, when she tries to change direction when she's not confident, often she misses.
Yeah.
What we're seeing today is a very confident Madison Keys.
Game Keys.
It's a nervous prod with the forehand from Kruger. So there's no way into the Keys service
by
at the
5
moment
games to
for
1.
the 21-year-old.
I tell you, watching this match, you start to think maybe she can do this again because this is unbelievable hitting and playing from Madison. I mean, she is just dominating in every aspect of this particular match.
I feel like seems like she's more in her comfort zone too with this matchup. Just like her coach and husband said, really likes the ball that Kruger is giving her, that she just is finding that rhythm again compared to the first round where her rhythm was completely disrupted.
Love 15.
It's going to need a lot more big first serves. Kruger, she hasn't been getting that many short returns to be able to get Madison on the defense. Renee, it feels like the weight of Madison's balls is a lot stronger right now than Kruger. Kruger tends to get late.
100%. I mean, that was a great indicator right there. I mean, that is her strength, Kruger, and she was on her back leg and no chance of making that shot.
Great rally, and she stayed in it so well, Kruger. Probably had to play 1 or 2 extra shots than she would have liked to win that rally.
30 all.
Feels like that's what it's going to take against Madison right now. She's moving exceptionally well. That was an unbelievable forehand down the line, and Kruger did well to keep that ball short and low with that defensive slice.
Brute power with absolute touch and imagination. And that is Madison Keys at her very best.
30-40.
She starts adding that tool to her game. That is going to be dangerous because you're already on your back foot against Keys, thinking she's going to get everything big, and now incorporating a drop shot. That was perfect timing.
First set
Game
point
and
negotiated,
set.
a triple
Keys
break
by 6 games
in the
to
opening
1.
set, 6-1
New
to
balls,
the defending
please.
champion, and it's all happening a little bit too quickly for Ashlyn Kruger.
Well, I don't know if Maddie could have asked for a better.
Whilst Kruger and Keys have settled their first set on Cain Arena, there are 2 other arenas that are about to start their games. We do have their players approaching the court on Margaret Arena. It is men's singles round 2 between Italians Musetti and Sonego there and Rod Laver. It is women's singles against Pagula and Kessler, 2 Americans over there.
And so let's see it. Let's implement that into her game, see if that can be the intangible that she needs.
Yeah, that's what's all to play up for today and unfold for the rest of 2026 players. Just about set here for walk-on for day 5 of the Australian Open.
I think Kruger didn't serve as well as she would have liked, so she's going to be looking to try and get a little bit more consistency on that first serve. And I have to say, even the movement of Keys on the baseline has just been exceptional, defending very well throughout this first set.
Time.
Exceptional tennis in the opening set from Madison Keys, and giving the crowd
Second set.
at John
Keys
Cain
to
Arena
serve.
a reminder of what she was all about last year, and that tremendous run to her first Grand Slam singles title.
$15 love. Let for service.
Just couldn't get around that ball quickly enough on the
15
forehand.
all.
Just coming onto her so quickly, and the kick second serve
30-15.
set the point up there for Keys. She's playing really smart tennis at the moment.
Right now, it just feels like Keys feels like she has so much time on the ball. So Kruger, I mean, she's going to have to maybe take a little bit more risk in the second set as far as trying to get more depth overall, trying to put a little bit more power behind her ground strokes. That's a good change up. A little bit more off pace, just to try something new, and got the quick error.
Yeah, I like that idea from Kruger, something that obviously Madison Keys was not expecting and did not handle well. Big game here.
And locks in. First serve percentage pretty healthy. 65% into play, converting nearly 70% of those points. Well, that was the most different rally of the whole match.
Well, it was beautiful feel on the lob. It's good to see Maddie actually slice and come forward. It was such a short ball. She was forced to, but I like the way she flowed through it. But she couldn't just stop her momentum. She closed the net so hard and opened up that lob for Kruger.
I saw that one coming a mile away. That was my old days. I could read that one like a book.
Big miss at deuce when she's got Keys
Advantage,
under
Keys.
a little bit of pressure in the opening game.
I have to say, though, Dave, that was a really smart shot from Madison, because Ashlyn was smart on that point, and you could tell that Maddie's getting just a little bit tight here, knowing how important this game is, and Maddie took a little off that forehand to make it, so that was really well played.
Cain, Keys.
So the biggest test on serve negotiated well.
First game, second set.
Madison Keys opening game, second set.
Yeah, thank you.
Near flawless record in the second round for Madison Keys, the oldest first-time Australian Open champion at 29 last year, and the player with the longest gap between major finals, 2017 of course at the US Open, to last year 2025. We heard Bjorn Frantangelo say that everybody expected her to win a Grand Slam a little bit earlier than 29, but she's done it. Who knows, she may produce her best in her 30s. Let's hope so, because she's an exciting player to watch.
15 love.
She's been outspoken about that, and she's really talked about how much she did put that pressure on herself, because she had heard that from such a young age that she should win a Grand Slam, Then she got so close, lost to Sloane, of course, in the finals of the US Open in 2017. That's a great ball. But she really got to this stage where she kind of released that expectation and pressure on her shoulders. But you have to really let it go. You have to get to a place, and she did a lot of self-work to get to that stage where she allowed herself to play with so much freedom last year. This is better serving from Kruger.
30-15.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jill. I think the best part of this service game from Kruger is that she's hitting the spots better with the serve. She has a higher percentage of first serves in than Madison, but she's just not directing them well enough to hurt Keys.
Cain, Kruger.
Yeah, a lot better there. Exactly the same scenario as the first couple of games in the opening set. She holds, and then
One game all.
things went awry. She's serving at 74%, Kruger, converting 45% of those as winning points. So it just shows you how much of a handle Madison Keys has on the Kruger serve.
Love. Long.
We'll swap it over to Rod Laver Arena, where we're seeing the beginning of our women's singles match here against Jessica Pegula and McCartney Kessler here. And the interesting thing about these guys, yeah, they took to the courts in day number 2 for their women's singles, but just yesterday they took to the court yesterday with each other. They are playing doubles together, and now we're going to have to go up against each other, one to advance to round number 3, and one is going to say goodbye to their Australian Open dreams in the women's singles.
Well, shout out to Mark Knowles and Mark Merklin here with Jess. Did start the year in Brisbane. Jessica Pegula made the semi-finals, losing to Kostyuk there. confident start here from the world number 6, Pegula.
And you can see just in McCartney Kessler's ball that there's nothing really hurting Jess Pegula. Look at where that ball bounced, right at the service line. For somebody that is such a rhythm type player, that just fits so well for Jess Pegula to be able to pick her target and go for it.
So that is the first break to Jess Pegula. Maybe a few nerves there for Kessler.
It's never easy to come out and play your first match on Rod Laver Arena, but to me it was the shot selections. You can play consistent tennis and be able to expel some nerves. For players, you should have your first 2 plays already planned out in your mind, especially if you're serving. I'm serving tee here, I'm going open court. My backhand's going cross, my forehand's going cross. Let's stay high percentage.
You can go high.
So one of the new...
If you can keep it in front of you, it's important, especially on that ball.
And you can see that you can, as a player coach, you can communicate with your player. Coach, in fact, sitting courtside, which was implemented last year here at the Australian Open. And I think, Coco, that really helped Madison Keys win last year's Australian Open. I thought Bjorn, her husband and coach, really did a good job of managing her emotions, where if he wasn't sitting courtside and wasn't able to communicate, I'm not so sure she would have got through a couple of those matches.
I completely agree with you. And in this case with McCartney, immediately going over to her coaching section to get some advice, to me is more troublesome than good. Because are you that surprised at Jess Pegula's pace and power? You shouldn't be.
Not after one game.
No, it's like, okay, you know, one game went by. We're not trying to beat out a clock here. Let's just play our way into it. It's one break. She hasn't consolidated it yet. And you have somewhat the advantage because your return is so much better than your serve if you're McCartney Kessler.
13-15.
And as you know, as a player and as a coach, you're having these last-minute discussions right before you walk on of, all right, let's go over the game plan, make sure we're clear, and this is what we're going to really try to implement in the first couple of points.
(14-15).
Mark Merklin there on the left. Coach of Jess Pegula.
That's a good tactic for McCartney Kessler to constantly have Pegula on the move. If you go too many times into one corner, Pegula's going to get the advantage because she is such a timing player. She can really just create her own rhythm if she gets a lot of looks at a backhand or a forehand. So let's test the movement of Pegula early. Because Kessler's not going to hang in rallies if we're just going backhand to backhand cross court. That's not where she wants to make her living.
Yeah, 114 km/h second serve there to be punished.
And it sets a tone, doesn't it, Josh?
Yep.
When you start stepping on some second serves early in a match, it's even better when you make them, but definitely puts the fear in Jess Pegula.
Oh, nearly very nearly made that.
Advantage, Pegula.
Bit of a wry smile from both players. Anticipating this ball well from McCartney Kessler, and nearly got over Pegula's head on that overhead. Look how close this was. Just a little bit more.
Let for serve.
Well done, Jess Pegula holding serve. Tidy little lead of 2-love.
And this has been a new thing for Jess Pegula. She has slowed down her serve, trying to get it a lot more consistent so she doesn't have to show her opponents too many second serves. And you can see the dividends that it's made. 64% points won versus 68 this year. Now you're talking about Ks. I had to Google what that was in MPH. It's about 100 miles an hour and 95. So thank you, Google.
Love 15.
And it's a smart play for Jess because she is so consistent off the ground, and her ball definitely isn't one of the slower ones. She gets a lot of depth on her ground strokes, but she needs to not feel like she's under pressure and playing defense right away.
15 on.
Oh, that's so good. Where do you rate this backhand of Pegula in the women's game?
15 and 13.
I'm gonna say top 5.
Yeah, right.
I would say so. I think the only ones that she's behind are the best in the world. Arina Sabalenka's backhand, Elena Rybakina, Coco Gauff, Iga Swiatek. So I'd put her number 5 in that list, and you make your order as you may.
Got such great control, good with the left hand on it.
And the technique is just so sound. This is trouble for McCartney Kessler, going far too many balls into that backhand wing. You see Jess Pegula not even having to move off of the middle. Got herself in a little bit of a sticky situation, but watch the left hand. Just rolling on the outside of the ball. That backhand is mainly left hand work.
Oh, that's trouble for Kessler. So it's a great start today here on Rod Laver Arena for Pegula. 3-love first set. You see it sometimes, don't you, Coco? Some of the lower ranked players, they come out and they maybe just, it takes a while to get settled, and just fractionally, I think she's overplaying Kessler. She just needs to be solid. It's not like Pegula's going to smack her off the court.
Right, in a lot of young players, you can take it in any level. You can take it from juniors, you can even take it to your local club of, you hear about, oh, how good this one player is that you're going to face, but you know what, sometimes they have to prove it to you that they're that good. I remember going out against Maria Sharapova at Wimbledon, and you hear about Maria, that the power is so massive. And granted, I played Serena, I'd played Venus, I'd played some of the other bigger hitters, I'd hit with Lindsay Davenport, and to me, the power wasn't as much as I thought it was in my mind. Sure, she still hit a big ball, but it wasn't quite like a Serena ball or some of those other bigger hitter names that you think about.
Okay, so it's a fast start here. Pegula leads 3-love. First set.
15 all.
What would you be telling your
15
player right now, Josh, if it being down 0-3, like where do you start?
Just basics. Get back to the basics. Just even as simple as if it comes to your backhand, hit a cross court. If it comes to your forehand, hit a cross court. Pick big margins, but just refuse to miss. Just play your best shots. Try and look for your best shots and just play with margin and shape. Jessica hasn't, it's not like she's ripping winners everywhere.
No, yeah, completely to your point. And we heard a little bit from McCartney's coaching box of get some more height on that forehand. And you could see she's trying, but again, just still missing. Even if you can't make the cross courts, go middle. Just be like, Jess, go ahead, hit the winner. Prove to me that you're capable of hitting these winners.
Great stuff here.
30-15.
It's very hard if you're giving a good player, a top 10 player, a lead like this. You're not taking anything out of them physically and mentally. I mean, it's all too easy for Pegula here, so it's got to happen now here for Kessler. She's got to start making some inroads.
Ball.
That's just a ball you can't miss. Second serve. It's not like that serve is really moving all that quickly. Having played just Pegula myself, that second serve should be munched. As any player, even if it isn't your style, put that fear in Pegula that, hey, when you throw in that second serve, I'm coming after it.
Yeah, again, this is happening all too quickly in 14 minutes. World number 6, Jess Pegula, off to a 4-love lead here on Rod Laver Arena. Jess has won her past 11 of 12 meetings against fellow Americans, only of course losing to Coco Gauff. That was in the Wuhan final. So it's a good record to have against your fellow Americans.
I definitely felt like there was a bit of pride factor when you played your fellow Americans, and I'm sure other countries feel the same way of like, oh, no, I'm the best American when I step out on court.
That was not easy. That's straight up into the sun, that smash, but...
Love 15.
To your point there, yes, not an easy shot, but you're up a double break and you're just cruising. So there's no threat, there's no pressure. The hard shots become easy very quickly.
It's quite the opposite. The zero stress on Jess Pegula, and just it's happening so quickly here for Kessler. She's panicking.
Just look at her face.
Yeah.
And she's trying to slow down here, which is smartly done. Take a deep breath. You can see her visibly doing that. Because there's an old adage that I used to live by is win fast, lose slow. When things are going haywire, you got to slow everything down. Even if it is a little gamesmanship. Untie your shoelaces, retie them.
Oh, yeah.
There's simple things that can just take your mind off of just spinning out of control. Because right now, what's going through McCartney Kessler's mind is, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is getting away from me. I can't believe I'm missing, and all just like spinning and spiraling.
Used this drop shot to perfection twice already in this game, and that is another couple of breakpoint opportunities for Pegula.
You talk about a different set of motion. This is almost Pegula toying around right now of, okay, now I have the double break lead. Let's implement tactics that I wouldn't normally play when I'm at 3-all, at 2-all.
And it's another unforced error, so Pegula is in absolute cruise control here on Rod Laver Arena, racing out to a 5-love lead.
It's time for two lucky fans to experience the challenge runs upright to Philadelphia Saints Pittsburgh Grand Slam Championship.
So you can see her contact point nice and early, gets it out in front. That's when she's at her peak, Jessica Pegula, I think. And then, of course, this backhand is irresistible. She can go down line, she can go cross court with it, she can flip the lob on this side as well. So the technique is so simple and it very rarely breaks down.
Yeah, and she gets that disguise with the shoulder turn. If you on the backhand, you really get that shoulder turn, show your back to your opponent, and it constantly looks the same for me. Good technique doesn't break down under pressure, and that's something as a young player you should always, and coaches should be implementing in their young players of technique, technique, technique. The game will follow, the plays will follow, but if you have bad technique, you'll see it break down, and that's been kind of the recipe for a little bit of disaster of when Aryna Sabalenka was having her serving woes. The technique is a little bit crazy. There's a lot going on. Coco Gauff having the forehand and serving problems. Even Iga with her own forehand. That's interesting. Coach saying super aggressive.
I'm not so sure I would be. I mean, maybe aggressive physically with your footwork.
That makes sense.
She's got to try and find some rhythm. She's got to make some balls here.
Find something positive to go into this second set. Scoreline definitely doesn't look positive, but what have you done that was going well in this first set? Let's start pounding the legs, footwork, like you said, Josh. There's got to be something you can bank on to go into the second set.
That's long, so we have 3 set points here in 20 minutes. What a set, really. Didn't have to do too much, Jess Pegula, but she was rock solid. And the 6th seed will be loving life. 6-love. Every trick in the book she's going to use here. McCartney Kessler, I suspect, calling the physio just to try and slow things down potentially. First serve percentage at 33%. That's not going to beat too many players. And then, of course, second serve points won at 14% for McCartney. She just needs to reset, wipe that set, and just start again.
Yeah, we just walked out onto Rod Laver. That first set never happened. You just got a good warm-up, 20 minutes in. We have to have something else to bank on at this point. And throughout this first set, it was just complete destruction from Jess Pegula.
Space for her. I was trying to get around the ball, but still got a little jammed.
Big misses when she is not finding the spot.
Looked like she ran into the
Sink your
ball.
legs into this point. Let's go.
Well, third break point converted. And suddenly the momentum shift is there for Madison Keys. It was definitely plug and
Kruger
play
leads
there
by
in the
5
first
games
set.
to 3.
What are you feeling on serve? Huh? Come on, keep it above your head.
Let's go, Maddie.
Come on.
Thank you.
Well, that's the best forehand she's hit cross court.
Long 15.
My number one rule in tennis, you cannot come in on a cross-court forehand. It opens up the court so much, especially to the strength of Kruger.
All.
She missed it. It drops so low, so you have to hit up on the ball, and she just guided it a bit too much. Love the fact that she came forward, maybe just got a little careful, tried to control it too much.
16 of her 23 unforced errors have come in this set for Madison Keys. That's one way to stay on the point.
Yeah, but she felt like it was the only option, and Keys did well to make the court look smaller because she put her court position well inside the baseline. Just made Kruger think about that drop shot a little bit more. Just enough depth.
40-30.
Got pushed back, going for that down the line.
This time she wins the slugfest from the baseline.
New balls,
An important
please.
hold for Madison Keys. Only one break of serve in it, but Kruger will return
Kruger leads
and
by
serve
5 games to
for
4.
the second set.
Really strong last couple games from Keys, and even if she loses this second set, it was important for her to be able to find that form again if it does go to a third set. But she's fighting hard, and she had to dig deep because she did lose her way a little bit for a few games. But that's a good fight in the last couple games from Maddie.
Been an entertaining 5 games to open the day here on Margaret Court.
Musetti leads 3 games to 2.
The Italian derby remains on serve.
Love 15. Love 13.
Well, a real opportunity here, and beyond Fantangelo before the start of the game indicated to Maddie to stay down, so using her legs a little better in this game.
That's just pressure, tightness, feeling the occasion.
Love 14.
Well, I mean, the way that Maddie was spraying some unforced errors, all of a sudden, sometimes you cannot expect Maddie to come back. And even though she's so capable of it, all of a sudden she just flipped a switch and started playing good again. It's taken Kruger some time to adjust.
Oh, that's lights out.
I think that's her best for the match so far. That was big ball from
15,
Kruger.
14.
She's going after it. Yeah, she's going after it a lot more. On the ground, Kruger.
30-14.
It's the first time we've seen Madison really get late on the ball because of how Kruger was able to add and inject pace. Still break point for Keys.
Yes.
That's an excellent second set, perhaps the best of the whole match
Advantage
for Kruger.
Wow, she's handled those break points exceptionally well, Kruger.
Now she generates a set point.
Deuce.
there's been some emotions to manage in this game.
Advantage Keys.
Fourth break point after a set point on the serve of Kruger 2 points ago.
Game Keys.
And that must be a crushing blow for Ashlyn Kruger, who saved initially those 3 break points. Had a set point of her own.
5 games old.
Well, that second set is off to a crazy start. Well, a crazy end, I should say, at this point between Kruger and Keys. And what is off to a start is now set number 2 over Rod Laver after a medical timeout and a bit of an elongated pause there. They are into it and about to conclude game number 1 for the second set.
If I would have broken one by now, that thing would have been trashed in the bin. Maybe I would have tossed it to a fan. Actually, funny enough, last year I was in that oval grabbing a bit of lunch, and a gentleman came up to me and said, "Do you remember me?" And I was like, "No, I don't remember you." And he's like, "Well, you gave me your cracked racket when you were playing to get into the quarterfinals. You smashed a racket, and you gave it to me. Here, I'll show you the video."
Oh, that's cool.
So just making memories in different ways.
59. G50.
I think the hardest part for a player is keeping your focus. Jess Pegula in this situation, because nothing's really keeping you going as far as you're not getting pressed in these rallies, so you don't have to stay all that engaged as to, oh, well, she's really putting pressure on my forehand, so I got to make sure I get my footwork. So you got to start focusing on simpler things, even if you are Jess Pegula.
And it's around about now, Coco, that you lose this point and you're down 6-love, 2-love. You're thinking, boy, this could be double bagel. And that has got to put some stress on you.
Stress. You're starting to feel as a player a little embarrassed
you
out
walk in.
here. I mean, it's so tough because McCartney Kessler has spent so much time to be prepared for a moment like this, and I've certainly been there myself, where you just fall flat. Nothing seems to be working for you as a player. Your mental fortitude isn't there, and you're just like, my goodness, am I really gonna get double bageled here? This is so embarrassing. Like, it happened to me at the U.S. Open. Sabine Lisicki, double bagel. I was like, my God, this is so embarrassing, and I couldn't have left that facility quicker.
Yeah, this becomes a big game here. Just hasn't been able to win any early points as well on serve, build any momentum. And that's a good start, and especially when you're 37 in the world, you're of course an incredible player, so you'd be thinking, how is this even possible? Yep.
30-love. 40 love.
And that's got to feel pretty good for McCartney. Kessler on the board here in this second round clash. But it's all Jess Pegula, 6 love, 2-1.
Just brilliant hitting through the court.
That's through the center. That was smart. Just to keep consistent throughout that rally.
Nearly made it. Had to pick it off her shoelaces.
30 all.
Suddenly 30 all means that pressure is heaped on the shoulders of Ashlyn Kruger.
Such a good return right on the baseline. I mean, that's tough to defend against.
He's been relentless, really. Just the weight of expectation and quality has been a heavy load. Ashlyn Kruger, who now faces match point. Really a stunning turnaround by the defending champion. Down a double break in the second set. She's shown her Grand Slam pedigree. A lot of respect of the net, but this has sent a clear message that Madison Keys is here to defend the title with everything she's got at Melbourne Park.
I'm absolutely very impressed with how she was down 5-2 in that second set and turned things around. I mean, I would love to know what she said to herself in that moment, because she played a couple games that were very, very loose, and it was unbelievable how she just locked in again and was able to turn that around.
Yeah, Madison Keys really focused up when she needed it there, being able to win her match there. It is 6-1, 7-5 there. And for Kruger, this is the furthest she had made it into an Australian Open out of the previous 2 that she has attended. So whilst it is tough to go down, it is to defending champion Madison Keys, and you're still making it to the second round of the Australian Open. Definitely no easy feat in and of itself. And so Madison Keys going to round number 3. We could check on back over with Rod Laver Arena and see who out of Jess Pegula and McCartney Kessler here will be making it to round 3.
I actually like where you're going. You're beating her by pace a little bit. Keep being aggressive like that. Let's go, Cart.
So here's a little bit of pressure now for Pegula.
Be
aggressive. Yeah, physical points.
That's too good.
Jeez.
Oh, all you. Good job.
Yeah, it's getting her off the baseline a little bit. Right now.
They may have liked to have had that back again and just ripped the double-hander.
Advantage, Kessler.
Approach here for
So much better with your legs. Way to stay down there.
this one here. Probably could have hit that.
Yeah, maybe just messed up the timing with that leg court. Sometimes just not getting the footwork out of the way. Jess Pegula.
All righty, we're back in the 2 games all here. It's been a turnaround.
2 games all.
Now do it. Let's go. Come on.
Go right back.
Come on, Margaret. Stay aggressive.
Love 15.
Come on, Jess.
And for Pegula, it's right back to work. It almost wakes her up a little bit to get broken. You could see the tactics haven't changed. Still getting great depth on the ball. No panic in this situation. You're the high seed. You have the experience of being in this situation. Now let's use it.
Wasn't sure she was going to get away with that in the end there, Pegula.
Love 13.
I wasn't really even sure at her thought process at this. The ball got a little behind her. I don't know. She lost it in
Yeah, it was an awkward one. It wasn't high enough to smash, and she thought it was too high to rip, but it was an interesting shot selection.
improvise.
Oh, that's so good. Love how she cuts the angle off on the serve, goes forward.
See how calm and still she is in executing that shot?
15-14.
Yeah, so Pegula gets the break back. So it's a 6-love, 3-2 lead for the world number 6.
Time.
So it was a quick first set here for Pegula, just 20 minutes. Got up an early break and we saw Kessler hit back, but now it is Pegula serving 3-2 with a break. Yeah, really good chase here from Pegula, but it's great to see Kessler still searching for answers, how to get back into this match and taking some risk on, prepared to come forward, and very tidy little volley right there.
That's a great thing about college tennis, that you have to play a lot of doubles in college tennis. Those matches in the dual sense matter, and so you get a lot more comfortable than most players around the net of where to stand, where to be. But right now, Jess is just showing that everything that she possesses is a bit of a different class than 30 in the world.
Oh yeah, it's a different ball game, isn't it?
And it's something that McCartney Kessler can look back on this match and be like, okay, this is what I want to be. Here's an example of how to do it.
30-50.
Because this is still, what, our third year on tour for Kessler, so still very green in a lot of areas. And it's just could be an example for her to be able to be like, okay, this is what she's done well. This is what she's improved. Maybe I can do the same.
Well, that's the beauty of this sport. I mean, she can play doubles with Jess. She can be in the locker room. You can hit with them. You can see what your opponents are doing. So it's a real opportunity, and I think she'll take a lot out of this match, Kessler, if she is to go on and lose, because Pegula has just been super professional. And that is another comfortable service hold, and we've just had a text message from Mark Knowles, one of Jess's other coaches. He wants to hear a few more stories about you smashing your racket. Shout out to Mark Knowles.
My favorites were definitely some to remember. My favorite one would be US Open, where I was playing Bethany Maddox Sands to play Serena when she was going for the Serena Slam. That was a good one. I also Bo Jackson won over my leg. You know, I was a bit crazy, but good crazy. For the Aussies that don't know, Bo Jackson was a very good American football player and baseball player at the same time, and when he would get mad, he would take a baseball bat over his leg and snap it in two. Mind you, a tennis racket's a bit easier, so I'm going to give Bo Jackson a little bit more credit than what I could do with a racket.
Let for Sue.
Yep. This is a big game here for Kessler because the clock is ticking and just so far behind on the scoreboard. Third ace.
But she's doing the right thing. Just stay in touching distance. Make Pegula feel the pressure, and it could just be scoreboard pressure. Yes, Pegula's up a break, but it's only going to be 4-3 instead of 5-2.
Yeah, the second serve points are just killing Kessler here. She's won 2 of 14. So when she misses that first serve, she's only won 2 points or match on her second serve.
But I guess that goes to my question to you, Josh, is where would you rank Jess Pegula as returner in the WTA?
Yeah, definitely right up there. Of course, has to be right up there with the very best. It's a little long, so
30-14.
Jess Pegula with another break point here.
And why Jess Pegula is a great returner is, one, she makes a lot of balls into play off the return, but even if she can't open up the court, which means she goes closer to the sidelines, she's getting great depth a good majority of the time. Even deep middle is always a great return.
Wow, that just drops in.
Juice.
And now, how well has she hit her drop shot today? This has been a part of her game that I didn't realise was as good as what she's executed it today.
I remember an interview a while back where she said, what's the most underrated thing that you do well? And she said it was her slice backhand. And to me, I think now it might be the drop shot. Good disguise, holds it well, has good feel.
6 out of 6 today for Pegula on the drop shot. And that is another break here for Jess Pegula. A great day out so far. 6-love, 5-2.
Paolo Lorenzi in the crowd, an interested observer. Of course, he's the tournament director in Rome these days, is Paolo. There's a lot for the Italian Tennis Federation. He was actually telling me a few weeks ago that they're hoping to build a roof on the Campo Centrale in the next 2 years. What a great event that is.
Love.
Think of all the events on the tour, as far as the Masters 1000s go, that probably the most atmospheric, isn't it? At that level.
Yeah, great tournament. Great history.
Oh.
59.
His backhand is a thing of beauty. Well, one of the best points here that McCartney's played all day just hasn't been able to string consecutive points together.
T15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. 40-15.
So in just 58 minutes, it is Jess Pegula with a couple of match points. And that'll do it. Simply irresistible form today from the world number 6. Too dominant for her fellow American. Certainly not the best of McCartney Kessler. But so much to like about Jess Pegula today. She will love that performance, to get through unscathed. Very little energy consumed. And could this be the year that Pegula goes deep and has a real run, a real crack at the Australian Open?
Yeah, well deserved for Jess Pegula there. The commentators talking about the drop shots she was able to do, the lack of unforced errors. But on the other side, Kessler, you know, it was looking rough, especially at the start of that second set. They're talking about potential double bagel for her, but it's not on the menu at all. But unfortunately, she does end her Australian Open run here in the second round, which does tie the best that she'd done in the past in 2024. That's the round she'd made it to before, and I'm sure she would have loved more, but it is going to be Jess Pegula moving on there. And over at Margaret Court Arena, we're seeing the continuation now in the second set between Italians Musetti and Sonego, whilst on John Cain Arena, you can see warming up over there is American Shelton and Aussie Sweeney in the men's singles for their second round.
Increíble el segundo.
40-13.
Fantastic lob, and he's enjoyed that one as well.
Juice. Advantage Sonego.
Apologies for the lack of sound from our perspective for a few points there.
That is extremely well done from Musetti.
Juice.
point of the match so far. And he's floored him.
Advantage Musetti.
So much to admire in that exchange.
Yeah, great movements. Sonego definitely moving a little bit gingerly after that rally. Bit of a grimace there.
There's been a few too many of those. He's definitely feeling a little bruised, I think, after that last rally.
1 game all.
Yeah, you feel that the Sonego forehand is the shot that can do some damage, so he has to stay aggressive on it, but there have been a few too many unforced errors from that wing.
Amazing difference in the speed he creates. Average topspin speed off his forehand 124, just 103 off the backhand side. So that gives you an idea of the difference in pace from both sides.
Love 15.
Just makes such a high volume of returns, Musetti.
Aguanta el lugar, amén. Ven, vivo. Eso es.
He's asking the questions.
Let's for serve. Love 13.
Quizzical look from Sonego.
Yeah, he can talk all he likes to his player box, but it's a shot he can't afford to miss. It's the shot he wants. Just seems that every time Sonego has served, he's been under pressure. Love 30 now. Oh, wry smile there from Musetti. That forehand return was round the net post, right on the sideline.
He's managed that much better. Lovely redirection.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. Had a big gap to aim into, but that was a fast return from Musetti.
Feast or famine off that wing.
15-14.
The frailties just become a little too frequent for him.
Yeah, Sonego's at 64% first serves, which is good. He's winning 2/3 of the first serve points won, but he's been punished on second serve, just winning a third.
18 unforced errors off the forehand as well.
26 in total compared to just 10 from Musetti.
Cain, Musetti.
And he has paid a heavy price once again for the mistakes off that forehand side. Musetti with a set and now a break lead. If you want to do a bit of shopping, this is the place to be. You can scan the QR code as well, because that will take you directly to the AO shop, where there's an abundance of merchandise to be had. You can see the t-shirts, the hats, whatever you want. They've all got the AO logos on, the great water bottles as well, if you want to get your hands on one of those. Scan the QR code right now, and you can give that credit card a good working over if you wish.
Sign.
Playing some very solid tennis out here. He's the man who's climbed up the world rankings. Last season was such an impressive one. Only 23 years of age as well. Worth remembering that. There's a lot of runway ahead of Musetti if he can continue to develop his game. Cracked the top 5 for the first time just 2 weeks ago. That's final defeat in Hong Kong. It's actually the first time in history that there have been 2 Italians together inside the top 5 since the rankings were introduced in 1973.
You can see how Musetti's just trying to vary that ball toss, throwing it a lot further left to get the ball out of the sun. Normally that would imply he's going to hit the big kicker out wide. That time went down the tee.
Do you think he's still going to play his best tennis on a clay court, Musetti?
30 love.
In the big picture?
Yeah, it's a nice problem to have, isn't it? He moves well, probably, but he's looking mighty effective on a hard court right now. Forehand unforced errors continuing to flow for Sonego. Just trying to find that balance, because he can't be passive. Musetti will take advantage. When he's trying to be aggressive, he's making mistakes. Got to play better.
Cain, Musetti. Musetti leads 3 games to 1.
Turned into a fantastic player, isn't he? And I guess for him now, obviously having established himself in the top 5, we in the media are always looking for more. Is he going to be the next player? Could he break the mold, the hold of these top 2 players? Is he a major winner? What is the difference, Tim, between being 5 in the world and being a major winner? Well,
it's Alcaraz and Sinner right now.
Okay.
We spoke about Demonor last night. What more can Demonor do?
Yeah. But my question to you would be, when if both those players slip up or they're injured and there's a chance, is he a guy that's going to step up? Is he a guy that sees himself as a major winner, do you think?
I think, again, the environment that you're in is important, and Sinner is leading that environment, being the Italian.
This was a great bit of ingenuity.
Yeah, recognised by his opponent. Hardly any backswing, a little flick follow through, redirecting the two-hander.
Because that will be the interesting factor, won't it? Because Alcaraz and Sinner at the moment are miles ahead. We know that. But when there is an opportunity there and one of them is absent or things don't go their way, which is going to happen at some point, this can't go on forever, who's going to be able to step up? Taylor Fritz has been pretty close. Zverev's been as close than anyone. Both those guys have played major finals. Musetti yet to do that.
.30-15.
A fair bit going on off the court, as we said as well. Became a father early in his life as a 21-year-old. Now a dad of 2. Musetti's wife, Veronica, is here in the crowd.
.40-30.
It's a very well-worked point. And if he could just employ that a little more consistently, well keep this competitive. He is, though, down a set and a break here on Margaret Court. If he were to lose today, the rankings drop wouldn't be too significant. Partly as a result of nice run at the end of last year. He'll drop to around 60 in the world from 41 where he is at the moment, so still a drop of 20 spots, but nothing too dramatic. A lot to defend either in the next few weeks.
Time.
Allora, il tuo lavoro è insistere, bravo, il tuo lavoro è insistere così. Bravissimo.
Plays with a lot of heart, Lorenzo Sonego. Passionate competitor. It's the danger, though, and we talked about his backhand side being a much weaker wing, and you can see it there because there's no pace on the backhand there. And we're just drifting down the middle of the court. And that just allowing Musetti to take control of the rally. Got to do a little more.
Thirty love.
Musetti serves interesting. He made some changes to it technically last year a couple of times. He's a guy who hits a high volume of first serves. It generally is a serve to set up the +1 shot. More so on a clay court, Hennes, right?
Yeah, and if he really is going to challenge Sinner and Alcaraz, it has improved. Just got to keep going after it. Try and get a few more cheap points, hit your spots a little bit more accurately.
40-15.
He really is bossing proceedings here.
Yeah, yet to be broken so far here today. Again, did a lot of good things in the rally. And Musetti's ability to make him play one more ball.
Musetti leads 4-2.
Proved to be fatal. Very unusual not for him to have Simone Tartarini around. Simone's done pretty much every week, as far as I'm concerned, of his professional career, almost never not there. Change. As you just reminded me, Tim, Tartarini was actually here a couple of days ago.
Yeah, he was definitely for that. 99% sure he was, but doesn't seem to be here today.
You might recognise the lady sitting just behind as well, formerly Novak Djokovic's agent, PR agent.
Fifteen all.
Elena Caparello was central to Djokovic's management team for a while. That's a beautiful volley. Under pressure there as well. Wasn't much wriggle room.
30-15.
Another clever chip return, but that time Sonego getting in nice and close. Look where he makes contact with this backhand volley. Just inside the service line and plays it back. Deep down the line. Well played.
$30.
Yeah, the problem he's had today is that's obviously a shot that is such a foundation of his success, and yet it's just been unreliable. 23 unforced errors off the forehand side today for Sonego, and that is not going to get it done. It's been a little too untidy.
Juice.
Seen Sonego use the serve and volley, less so from that end of the court, but down. Break point again. Was looking to keep that rally short. He's missed a few forehands, but it hasn't stopped him going for it.
Advantage, Sonego.
Love the passion he plays with. As a guy outwardly, you know he's always there. Not afraid to wear his heart on his sleeve. Trying to keep this to just the one break.
Juice.
Not the easiest half volley, but again into the wind. Anything over the net within probably 3 meters of the net would have been a winner.
Only won 8 second serve points the entire match, Sonego.
Nicely done.
Never overplays, does he, Musetti? Never seems to take on undue risk.
No, but he's used his forehand very, very well. I think the majority of the time he wants to get into the backhand, but played strong cross court there, set up the easy backhand.
Hunting another break. easy with the sun directly into his eyes there, but he managed it well.
Juice.
Musetti now 2 of 13 on break points today.
Smart return from Musetti because he's so far off the court. It's the only shot he had.
Advantage, Sonego.
Getting the ball up into the sun. Not easy. Oh boy, doing double duty. He caught the first ball off Sonego's foot and then the second one off the net. They say these things normally come along in threes.
Sonego having to work tirelessly today on serve. When you look at the unreturned number, they're almost identical. It's not a lot of difference. In fact, Musetti has had more free points on serve over the course of this match. He's at 20%. Sonego just 17, which again highlights how often and how good he is at putting balls back in play.
That's what I said a couple of points ago. It's not easy when you've got to hit those bounce smashes.
Juice.
You're deep in the court, the sun's in your eyes.
Musetti defensive lob, one of the best in the game. We saw it so much during the course of the clay court season last year. He diffuses these situations so well. There's the sun. Looking down into Margaret Court Arena.
Not sure what Sonego's saying there, but this is the wrong shot. Good serve, moves forward, step back, and then crack that forehand. The drop shot was poorly executed, and Musetti punished him. Musetti was expecting another serve and volley. A little over aggressive on that return.
Advantage, Sonego.
Take those 2 points when they come around. Both corners making themselves heard. I think that's Veronica, Musetti's wife. Fairly certain that's her. Excellent hold
New ball
from Lorenzo Sonego. Doing all he can to stay in touch here.
Musetti leads 4 games to 3.
Against the world number 5, who's got a set and a break lead.
Time.
Italy, of course, winning the Davis Cup in Bologna end of last year. 3 in a row now. Domination of that competition right now. They've got a number of different teams they could put out as well, because Sinner wasn't available in Bologna. Caboli and Berrettini it was that week that stepped up. Captain Filippo Volandri has got something of an embarrassment of riches at his disposal.
It was a great reaction when Sonego held serve in the previous game.
Love 15.
Showing his opponent that he's still well up for the fight. This is where he has the opportunity. Musetti serving into the sun. Sonego can be patient from the back of the court. He's got that little bit of breeze behind him. Love 15, this is an opportunity.
Brilliant. No panic.
15 all.
It was a good forehand pass from Musetti, but Sonego will be very disappointed with the chip backhand. This is the one. He's got to do more with that.
Good defence from Sonego.
Yeah, absolutely, giving Musetti a taste of his own medicine, that high lob into the sun.
Here's the difference in the spin rates. Of course, the amount of top spin on the ball here. Sizable difference between the two, particularly on the backhand side. Of course, we know that single-handers so often generate a bit more pace, a bit more spin, should I say.
30 all.
Musetti using those new balls. Getting that first serve to skid through the court. Timely free point at 15-30. Probably feels like he should have run away with his second set, but some big points coming up.
C13.
Fask to come over the top of that one.
Deuce.
Still yet to break the Musetti serve. Definitely getting a few more looks in this set, though.
Let. First set. Advantage, Musetti.
Put that miss down to, because we've seen a lot of that today, Hennes. Is he trying to do too much with the ball? Does he need a little more work on the ball?
Yeah, on that specific shot, just going too much. He's got that little bit of breeze behind him, so Musetti can't really hit through him. He's got to stay patient, wait for the right opportunity.
Thank you. Game, Musetti. Musetti leads 5 games to 3.
Despairing look with his hands on his hips. Just been a little too inconsistent, which is something this man never is. Right now, it seems. Furthest he's been, the 3rd round at the Australian Open. Certainly hope to be able to advance a little further this year. Potential meeting with either Thomas Mahach or Stefanos Tsitsipas in that 3rd round. Taylor Fritz potentially looking a little further ahead in round 4.
Love 15.
Just a little rushing it, just trying to get in a little too quickly.
Love 30.
Ends up taking his own time away. Losing his way here.
Love 14.
This match is very much slipping from his grasp. Musetti with 3 set points.
Fifteen, 14.
It's number 5 of this match.
Too good.
And Lorenzo Musetti in a commanding position in the Italian derby here on Margaret Court Arena. The number 5 seed is firmly tracking a place in the 3rd round. Anything standing out here, Hennes?
Yeah, second serve points. For Sonego, it's been hard work. He's only winning a 3rd. Winner to unforced errors ratio is not good. 11 winners, 21 unforced errors. Did have a breakpoint chance, but has yet to break the Musetti serve.
It was a tepid end of season for Shelton whilst he was trying to nurse and get the shoulder right. When he came back, he was still a little tentative. Didn't play particularly well at the year-end tournaments. Won only 3 matches post the US Open.
Well, it's tough. You have so much.
Thirty love. 30-15.
They've got a bit of serve.
Beautiful. What an artist this guy is. This game is easy on the eye. What have we got here, Tim?
Yeah, just having a little look at Musetti's serve placement in the second set, we can see the vast majority of the time he's going into the Sonego backhand, winning 100% of the points in the juice box on the backhand and 80% in the ad box, staying away from that forehand. Really is in a commanding position.
Early days for our match on the Margaret Court Arena, despite 2 sets going the way of Musetti there. But just beginning and walking out right now on Rod Laver Arena is our second match for the day, and the first of the men's singles. It's going to be Italian Maestrelli and Novak Djokovic taken to the courts.
Look at that crowd behind Novak's seat. They've come to watch him. We don't know how many more times we're going to get to see this legend live as he continues to chase against the history books and rewrite them.
Love 15.
Sonego.
Yeah, I think he's kind of had the right tactic. He knows he's got to be aggressive with the forehand when he gets the opportunity, but he just hasn't executed that shot well enough. Too many unforced errors.
More width to that serve, just got out of the
15-30
strike zone of Musetti, moving away.
Yeah, look at the match, the comparison. 44 unforced errors from Sonego, just 14 from Musetti. 30-point differential.
Stretch.
30 all.
Another player who had a coach that stayed with him pretty much from the first moment he picked up a racket all the way through to a professional. Gipo Arpino was his coach when he first came on the tour. He's a gentleman who worked with him all through his developmental years. They actually ended their partnership about 18 months ago, but oh, it's brilliant. Best rally of the match.
Yeah, great athleticism from both men, corner to corner. Great angle from Musetti, but Sonego just rifles that forehand down the line.
Cain,
He's done well there. He's down love 30 in that service game.
Love.
I just feel as though this match is drifting a little bit. Let's have a look at what we got here. Only 3 straight sets victories. That's a little surprising. Of course, last year at the US Open, his opening match was against Mpeshi Pericard. He came into that match a little short of form. And he's built confidence on this surface, undoubtedly.
40 love.
Amanda Anisimova, a reminder, is next up on here. She's taken on Katerina Siniakova, the world #1 doubles player. Much Siniakova hasn't won on the doubles court. so good. And he is definitely beginning to express himself here. Keeping the focus high. If he can finish the job here. He leads by 2 games to 1 in the third.
City just taking a slight lead 2 games to 1 there on the Margaret Arena matchup, and over on John Cain Arena giving you guys the update that Australian Sweeney has lost the first set to American Shelton there, but they're on the second set. Looking like a tough battle ahead of him, but there's still plenty more to go. But what has just started for us that we mentioned earlier was our Rod Laver matchup with Italian Mastrelli there, coming out, having to go through qualifiers, had a tough round number 1 for him that went all 5 sets, and now looking at 10-time Australian Open winner Novak Djokovic as his round number 2 opponent.
Never entirely sure about the wisdom of players saying in their bios what their favourite shot is. I mean, I'm pretty sure that it is true that Mastrelli says that his backhand is his favourite shot, but I'm not sure you want to be giving that intel out to somebody like Djokovic.
Pretty talented shot there.
40-50.
Anyone that gets into this draw and qualifies is a good player.
Yeah.
So he showed a bit of flair there on the back end. He got a little bit out of position and skipped sideways and used his wrist to compensate.
Again, Djokovic.
Picked up where he left off the other night against Martinez.
I think occasionally young players will try to overplay at the start of these matches. You've got to be, I think, aware, if you can, on your first experience out here, not to try to go too hard. Because if you do, it's like redlining at the start. You've got nowhere else to go. And I think, just as we saw with Novak, he's been out here so many times, and yet he started quite sedately. That last ace was at 164 Ks. So he just rolled his arm over. There's no stress. Easy for him, but this young man has to try and emulate that to a degree, as much as he can, not try to overplay, in my mind, in the early stages. But preferably not get in too big a hole before you start to go a bit harder.
Kind of hoping for Mastrelli's chances out here that Novak didn't read an interview that he did back in 2023, the Italian, because he said that his favourite player was Federer, and after that epic Wimbledon final where Novak saved a couple of championship points, Mastrelli said he couldn't have dinner. He was so disappointed.
That's pretty funny. I don't think Novak reads everything.
Let's hope he didn't read that.
Nah, he might have a few people around him that saw it, but I doubt it. He was an honest, genuine young man, that's all.
Nicely done. There's that heavy spin that you can see on the ball. Got it to drop viciously as it headed towards Djokovic's baseline. And I don't think he'll get the luxury of too many more shots like that from Novak. That was definitely a gut check that Djokovic gave the Italian. Got to look to play that forehand off the Djokovic down the line backhand with a lot more height. He has to find length on that cross-court forehand. As you said, Fitzy, there is a temptation when you're the lower-ranked player taking on somebody like Novak. You just want to go fast and hard and try and get a cheap point, but depth will be the saviour of him today. Done well to extricate himself from that situation off that cross-court backhand from Novak. Not many survive after he's cut the sideline off like that.
He looks incredibly relaxed, Novak, though, to me. Like he doesn't look like his adrenaline is really flowing yet. He had a short forehand there, one that you'd think he'd press with, and he hit it straight back up the middle of the court when I thought he might be able to put the opposition in a big defensive position. Ended up losing the point.
Yes. I feel like he could stay a little more side on. He's got a good serve. We talked about the pace. I just wonder about the accuracy as we go through this, which is going to be absolutely crucial to him hanging on to his serve as he goes up against the greatest returner of all time. He just squares up a little bit quickly. It will help him on the serve out wide on the deuce. His height will help him on the one down the tee, but definitely feel as though there's a little room to improve. Even when you hit it at 220 like he just did, you can see if you don't hit your spot, it's coming back with interest.
Started a little loosely, Novak.
Advantage, Maestro.
One of the toughest things for a young player who's never been in this situation or played someone of this level before, the presence of a great player down the other end, it makes it feel very awkward. They don't necessarily play better than the guys in qualies for the first part of the match,
Lights.
but their presence is pretty scary. So a shot like that against a qualifier, I bet he wouldn't miss. Right now he's tense.
Yes.
I mean, and the court is huge. I want to emphasise that again, Mark. It makes all these balls feel different. Like his serve won't feel like it's going as fast as it did on a smaller court outside.
So true. shame. He definitely had the element of disguise on the drop shot.
Djokovic.
But Mark, that's an indication to me, like he's trying to overplay. It's the presence of Djokovic. He goes for a drop shot. Watch how far down the net this goes. This never looks like going over. It hits a foot below the. That's caused by the presence of Djokovic and this whole scenario of the big court, like a foreign feeling.
Again, Djokovic. Djokovic leads 2-0.
Confirmation of what I was saying at the start. First player, male or female, to claim 400 singles match wins at Grand Slam events. He is the architect of his own destiny, and he is continuing to rewrite the history books. Novak just testing out the drop shot and seeing how he responds to that.
Oh.
Let's. 6.
If I was Australia at this end, I would probably cover the tee serve on the outside. It's a little sunny from the end that Novak's serving at, and a little easier for him to throw it out to his right and carve it down the tee. We obviously know that he does like to go big on the second at times. That one, a very comfortable 176 for Novak these days. And he'll have time to see the kicker if it is going to come.
That's a bit.
Actually winning a lot of points against the backhand. You look at, and Novak would have done his homework because he loves his analytics. His first serve returns made by Maestrelli off the forehand sits at 51%, off the backhand at 80%. But Novak's strength in terms of the accuracy on the first serve is beating Maestrelli's strength off the backhand return. So at the moment, it is going as expected. Djokovic reeling off the opening 3 games.
Of course, making the finals of Adelaide.
Advantage 3.
I don't know about you, Ron, but whenever I played against a player who was playing well and it's just a tough out, it always feels like the next match that you play after, you are so ready. You've played somebody who takes time away, he's got firepower. There's very few players that you could play after that match that be able to match what he's done, and you feel like you've got all the time in the world. Sweeney calling on some more support from the fans because he's going to need it.
First game,
He's had to work very hard there in this opening game of set number 3. He's battling tough, and he's hanging in there. To save off a break point. Shelton was in the rally and had some chances. And one of the things we're going to look at is why he's having to work so hard.
Big serve. He's probably thinking it's not so bad. But I can tell you, first ever time I played on the stadium court in Key Biscayne in Miami, I was watching Sampras serve the previous match, and the ball was bouncing halfway up the back of the kind of advertising boards in Key Biscayne. I hit my first serve and it bounced twice before it hit it. I was like, I just completely shattered any ego I had.
Petch, why are none of us surprised? You got way ahead of yourself too early.
I couldn't even reach it on one bounce, and his is rising into the back, and well, I'm like, I'm just like, this is a paper airplane I'm hitting.
His was hitting it going up still. Yeah, that's funny. Well, I'm in your camp. Not sure if it bounced twice, but it probably did. But because of that, I think that's part of, in all seriousness,
yeah.
When you go on a huge surface like this, you try to hit shots that you normally, or you haven't hit before. And you play outside on these, what we call championship-sized courts, like they play on the qualifying here. They're still big, but bigger than a private court, but they're nothing like this. And so the ball sounds different, it looks different. You try shots that you think you can hit and you can't. It's a strange feeling. And he really needs to get on the board here.
Yeah, you've got players as well, like Daniel, and it's great to see him back playing well. Medvedev, you know, that is a stadium court style player. He's not necessarily an outside court style player because he wants the big run back.
You know, halfway through my career, we changed from Kooyong to here. So I'd been playing for quite a few years, had a reasonable amount of experience. First time I came onto this court, I felt intimidated. Unless you get used to it and you play out there and you're good enough to win matches and come back and win more, you know, for the great players, it's like their backyard. They know it like the back of their hand. But the first time you go out there, it feels really strange. Well, that's a big game in the career of this young man, actually. Good to see.
Djokovic leads 3-1.
Se non da fondo stai bene. Se sale a qualità qua sopra ci sei.
Sully back in 2022 had one of those sliding doors moments, went to Verona, where she wasn't even supposed to get into qualifying in that particular tournament. He was an alternate, managed to slide in the draw at the very last minute, got himself through qualies, and then had some really good wins. You'll know these players if you follow tennis: Gilles Simon, Flavio Cobolli, Sebastian Ofner, Pedro Cassin in the final. That was his first sonar pip that we got, that the Italian had got some serious talent. That should be a forfeit for him today, and I mean that in quite seriously for Maestrelli. Every time he misses that in the net is a bad miss. If he misses it long or he misses it wide, I think that's forgivable, but I don't think missing it in the net should happen for him today. He's got to get better depth or width on the shot.
That's a bit. That's you.
He's going to build confidence that he can get through this 20-shot rally and win it. Talked about the missed forehand returns and the differential between the Italians' backhand and forehand in that department. Novak, as ever, has done his homework. 4-1.
Net points today as Sonego. 8 from 12 in this set.
It's the one he's looking for.
Advantage, Senegal.
No holding back on this one.
Off that slice as well, that he really just can't.
Sparring partner for the team. He hit with Jannik Sinner back then. determined run from Novak to get there, to be able to drive the ball rather than have one hand off the racket and get himself into a little bit of cat and mouse. And the 12th ranked Italian unable to conjure something up.
Touching.
He's not in top gear yet, is he, Novak? Just easing himself into this, I think. Deep down, he probably feels, you know, he's got the young guy covered a bit, and he's not overly stressed.
That's the length he needs.
13.
Well, that's Novak more like his best there.
Yeah, and you can see Novak just kind of waiting for that short sort of cross-court, heavily spun ball. I kind of feel, again, I go back to the fact that I'd like to see him use a lot more height over the net to be able to kind of get the depth on that forehand to protect himself for a little bit longer. But if he doesn't do that, I almost feel like he's got a counter against Djokovic once he goes into that forehand by going back down the line.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Yeah, look at where Novak is. He's got his left foot well across on that side of the court, so the space probably didn't look that big down the line there for Matrelli, which is why he tried to shovel it across court.
Yes.
That's had a bit of everything. Top line speed, fastest of the day, 2-2-1. Jammed onto the line.
advantage, Maestrel.
Not by much, but just enough. That's where I think when he squares up a little too quickly on the baseline, that hurts him. He's got to work that much harder to use the forehand to pronate the racket to be able to get that short angle into the ad side. And it's interesting, Fitzy, it's more of a sort of like slider second serve than it is like a real sort of kicker out wide. I mean, you'd think, given his height, if he could jam that again halfway up the sideline, and he could get Novak potentially outside the doubles line.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a natural movement off the serve for him. He's
Advantage.
I mean, if there's one shot that definitely has kind of not disappeared is too strong a word, because you still see it, but if there's one shot that I think back to the 80s and 90s that was far more prevalent, and again, I know it's because players were serving and volleying, so it was a good serve, a second serve short kicker, but don't see it as much on the outside anymore. It's flat. Slice through the middle of the court a lot of the time from these players. I will still argue it has value. I really do.
the kicker wide to the second court.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. Why wouldn't it? I mean, it takes players out. It's variation as well.
Australia doing a nice job there of just keeping somewhat of a grip on Djokovic in this opening set.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Players are ready. Thank you. Fifteen.
Fitzy, you remember your first ever match against a top tenner?
Well, it's a long time ago, but I think so. I think it was... I think it was Roscoe Tanner in the second round of Wimbledon, the second year I played there. And he'd come off a final the year before against Bjorn Borg. I think it was that match.
You were a qualifier then, weren't you?
Yes, I had to qualify that year. First 2 years at Wimbledon, I had to. Lost 7-6 in the fourth. Roscoe wasn't that tall, but down the other end, he looked huge on that day. Oh, a little miss hit, a lucky one. And take those.
I ask you, what was your feelings when you came off from that match about playing a top tenner for the first time?
Well, I won a set and lost 7-6 in the fourth, and I thought, I came off and I thought, maybe I wasn't that far away. I mean, it's a wonderful player he was on grass, and you know, Australian Open final. Wimbledon final. Huge first serve. Don't want to pull. I don't want to pull Roscoe's game apart, but his second serve wasn't anything like his first serve. And so I started to think, well, maybe I didn't have to play as well as I thought to get that ball back into play. Just a bit more aggressive, maybe.
Keep that thought. We'll come back to it. 5-2, Novak. This is pretty smooth progress at the moment for Novak. Let's take you through to the AO shop. This is awesome. There is so much to get. I mean, honestly, you could fill your house with it. Grab the QR code off the screen if you want to do some online shopping. Go browse. This is obviously real time for you. I'll tell you the one thing that they're doing this year that's absolutely phenomenal is actually on a daily basis, you can buy some merchandise that has like day 5, day 6, and obviously people are collecting every single day that they come. What a great innovation that is. So that's your shop. And here's Fitzy's credit card. I asked you about that, about the top tenner, because I was fortunate enough and privileged enough to work with Andy Murray in the period where he was up and coming against various players. And the first time that he took on Roger Federer was in the final of Bangkok. And that the one thing that he said to me, he lost, but it was a tight second. He said, I thought he'd hit the ball harder. I didn't feel like you've just said about Roscoe. I didn't feel like I was that far away already.
Love it.
Your first top 10 win came in that Kitzbühel tournament, didn't it? Against Vilas.
I would think so. That was 2 years later. 1 year later. It was 1 year later. Yeah. There was an asterisk next to that. We talked about that last night.
I wasn't going to bring that up because if nobody was listening last night, they would have said John Fitzgerald beat Guillermo Vilas on clay.
Well, it was a clay court tournament. Let's put it that way. Mark, no one's listening, are they? It just happened to rain for 3 days straight, and we went indoors on a low bouncing court. Just don't tell anybody. I've told Wally Masur for 3 decades that I haven't told him.
Thank you.
He'll believe anything, that Wally.
Love it.
He's playing an ordinary game here, isn't he? You can feel that he's pressing, and it's a normal reaction. He's real. To me, it looks like he's, even the way he hits the ball, he looks a bit stiff because he's trying to hit it a bit better than he needs to. And he's put in a poor game here, but not unexpected. And no critique here.
18-14.
Faced just 3 break points over 5 sets. Did Australia in his opening round match. There's a lot more coming his way today. Two great serves.
30-14. Yes.
Well, he couldn't locate 3 serves better if he walked round and put them in the service box.
Advantage.
One thing we never really dig into too much, but we're going to dig into it right now, is that players have a preference about where they like to serve, and they have a side that they prefer to serve to, high percentages. Look at this. I mean, you don't often see it quite as dramatic as this, but Maestrelli making 77% of his first serves into the ad, a very low number on the deuce.
Yes.
And not only that, shoveling it around the service box beautifully. Novak not reading it at the moment.
There's no doubt his top end first serve is, look at that. Can't argue with that number. Well, I think Novak was expecting that forehand to get to him quicker on both of those occasions. They were like mishits. He looks like he's struggling to get forward speed on it, Maestrelli, and the ball just didn't come to Novak. He looked like he was waiting, set early and waiting, then made an error. Not happy.
Now the crowd really warming to the qualifiers' application and dedication to protect his serve. He's done it very well in the last couple of games, under continuous assault from the greatest of all time. A little more flamboyant than perhaps we'll see other times from Djokovic. He just misses his target on that one, but you would expect him to seal the set here.
The movement of Musetti, Sonego feels like he's got to go close to the line, but those unforced errors have accumulated. That was a clever shot.
Advantage, Sonego.
Musetti did well. Looked like he was going to play the drop shot and then pushed it back deep.
Yeah, complete change of grip as well. Almost a chopper grip on that shot. Pushing through it.
Deuce.
Doubles now outweighing the aces.
Yeah, it looked like he's struggling to push up that back leg on the serve. Had treatment at the previous change of ends.
This time he couldn't get enough on the lob. Good approach.
Advantage, Sonego.
Handcuff Musetti. Got to stay patient here, the world number 5. as he looks to try and get over the line.
Wanted to take it out of the air, but the movement wasn't quick enough. He let it drop. Ended up making life difficult for himself. Still should have made the shot.
Advantage, Musetti.
Yeah, it's a shot of a man that does not want an extended rally.
May not be many of those around the corner either, because Musetti is at match point. A timid end to this all-Italian affair on Margaret Court Arena. Two good friends. Musetti wins the battle of the Lorenzos, though. The world number 5 matches its best.
An amazing fight put up by both of these Italians here, but Musetti coming out on top 6-3, 6-3, 6 and 4. They're just under 3 hours for himself, and moving on to round number 3 for the Australian Open. You can see just how evenly matched it feels in so many of these stats and the way that they were being able to play there. So unfortunate for Sonego to not be able to get a set win, but a couple of games for himself definitely feels good. We're going to have a look at the draw to see exactly who Musetti might be coming up against in that round 3 that he is now advancing towards. You see that a lot yet still to be decided when it comes to the men's singles here in the draw.
Couldn't match his run here last year. Thankfully, the points that have come off won't cost him too dearly. He'll drop around 20 spots in the rankings down to the 6th.
Word with the umpire here.
More automatic here.
His second and fourth challenge titles were in Italy. He had another one in Brasov in Romania. But they do have the luxury of being able to play so much at home, and more importantly with their own coaches as well. I think that's a huge part of it that gets lost when you look at players that are trying to come through, break through from the trenches. If they don't have economic help, whether that's through a federation or private sponsors, very difficult for their initial private coaches to be able to travel with them as well. And a lot of times they're trying to do it on their own or sharing coaches along the way. The Italian system allows them to continue with some stability.
I think it just comes down to providing opportunity to play to a large degree. You can make yourself into a player if you've got the opportunity to play and compete.
Also stops the selection process because the cream will rise to the top. But he flirted with disaster a number of times on the forehand. And although it has, as we said right at the start, got a very high RPM rate, if he's careful and he's trying to hit through the ball, he's actually getting a little bit over the top of the ball and covering it, and it's coming out pretty flat.
I think the thing he's doing best really is he's hitting the lines. You talked about the second quarter and how his percentage there was much higher than the first, but he's actually hitting the lines both ways. That one in the middle, he's saved himself a few times on break points. He's getting some free points there and some wide too. So great accuracy on the second court particularly.
What a stab return there from Djokovic. Airborne.
Looks like he really has to work on getting power on this forehand. He's really straining to hit it hard. Probably do well to try and be a bit more relaxed on it, you'd think. Maybe it's the situation. Well, that's not going to work.
Yeah, there's an inflection point, I think, for a lot of forehands where you can actually get to the point where the grip's too extreme and there's too many RPMs, and actually it becomes detrimental to your ability to hurt opponents with it. You can move it around the court well with those RPMs, but can you still flatten it out through the court? Rafa could obviously root up right up there in terms of that artifice, somebody else that's able to kind of puncture the defenses. Brilliant drop shot.
30-14.
Yeah, it was on a big moment. He saved a break point with that. And Djokovic knew also how important it was to make an effort there. He really did strain to get to that, tried to keep the point alive. Would be good for him to go up an early break in the second.
Novak pulls one out from the vault.
Well, his effort level went up because you could hear the grunting during the rally. And he won't forget how effective that slice down the line was either, because that is a shot you would expect the Italian would have trouble with. With his forehand, how he's a little bit stiff, and getting that from low to high when it's fading away and staying low.
Oh, whilst we were checking in with Margaret Court Arena earlier, they were finishing up their match. On Cain Arena, it was similar. In 3 straight sets, the Shelton 8th seed was able to take the win over Aussie Dane Sweeney there. So a little bit unfortunate. 6-3, 6-2, 6-2 was the overall final scoreline there. But, yeah, Dainsley, he's got another chance. He's playing in men's doubles. So for him, men's singles, the dreams aren't going to be there, aren't going to be realized. Shelton moving on there. He already knows who his opponent is. That's in 30th seed, Vacherat. But yeah, there's going to be more hopes and chances for a lot of Aussies throughout the Australian Open. And big congrats to Shelton moving on to the 3rd round there.
Steam train today. He's just shoveling enough coal onto the bonfire to give himself enough fuel to get through this match. super shot. And that's how you counter having an extreme grip, to being able to find a way from down low to get it up and over. Space was there, he exploited it. And a little bit of an opening here for the Italian qualifier. Every time it's been a big point, I think pretty much he's gone into that forehand side. And it's not just about making the return, which, as we said, sits around 50% on the forehand and 80% on the backhand, but those 80% that he makes, because it's a flatter shot, go deeper. The forehand side, because of the heavy spin, even if he makes it, it's going to drop around the service line and Novak can go to work.
Lights.
It was almost so short that he was surprised as it was dropping, as it was getting to him.
Yes.
And again, down the middle on the big point, into the forehand wing.
Advantage. Nice rally.
Again.
Yes.
Well, if you're the Italian, you'd want to start covering that. I mean, obviously, he can go wherever he wants, but he's perceiving that as a bit of a weaker side. So you
Thank you.
just pulling someone into line there for some unruly comments, but he's maybe needing to cover that forehand a bit more, you would think.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Pretty thoughtful walk back here from Djokovic. Going to be interesting to see as he dials through the options that he has at his disposal with his first serve. Does he try and close the game out with the serve to the forehand, or does he change things up and keep his opponent honest? And he felt very confident that he could just start the rally with a nice comfortable kicker and take it from there.
Djokovic leads 2-2.
Whereas Bozjanovic, who's looking after Novak here.
Gallia is on the right of you. A picture there is Physio Milan as ever in
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
attendance.
Players are ready.
And Charlie
Thank you.
Gomez is part of the quartet that are guiding this man potentially towards his 25th Grand Slam title.
Let's. First. Fifteen. That's it.
Djokovic can't believe the ball introduced itself to the line, but it did, barely. A thread of felt catching the outside edge of the line here. But you can see why the Italian likes his backhand.
Ooh, that was quicker. A little bit more steam on that forehand, I think.
40, 50.
That got from A to B pretty quickly, and he followed it in.
Oh. Great entertainment. Some silky skills from Djokovic there to try and diffuse the situation off the drop shot. Mastrelli loving life out here at the moment, enjoying every second.
In the bench.
A beautiful game won by Mastrelli there, and whilst that one's happening out on Margaret Court Arena, we can see our women's singles continuing with court seed in Anisimova. They're up against Sinikova there too.
Receive. You stay? And a photo, please. This way.
Yeah, both players making their way through the first round emphatically, really. Only an hour required for both to set up a first career meeting.
Fraught with a bit more danger here. Yeah, that probably would have landed on the line,
yep.
You would suspect.
It's not the hottest day out here, but Novak has definitely been taking every available opportunity to either reside in the shade before a serve comes down from the Italian, or take as much time at the changeover as he can.
Well, I think he can think about the tournament as a whole, not the next match at a time like most of the players out here. They're just trying to win that next one. He's thinking long term in this tournament. And I'm sure that he'd want to conserve as much energy as he possibly could in these early rounds. Doesn't want to be out here longer than he needs to be. Certainly doesn't mean he's going to win every match, but you'd think there's no doubt that he'd have those thought processes. Why wouldn't he? Come on. A bit of flair from the youngster. Did that beautifully. Good approach. Good effective routine approach. Novak still makes him play a tough volley. But he's capable of doing that.
Great technique as well in terms of how fast he threw the racket head at the ball there to generate the spin.
Gaining in a bit of confidence, isn't he?
15-13.
Just maybe reading that serve out wide on the juice side. Angles work for Djokovic on the ad side in terms of still serving into that four, and the ball's going to come back through the middle of the court. Well, he's got quite friendly with the guys at McLaren, and he has been to the showroom there in Woking. Zach Brown, Andrea Stella, who's also an Italian, and you could see there Djokovic just stuck the gear stick through the gearbox and went up from first gear to fourth just on that forehand, because until now he hasn't really generated that kind of pace. And there's the change to the backhand side. It's amazing just how quickly he recognizes when his opponent is kind of sitting on something and instantly has the ability to change the direction of it.
Well, his forehand, to me, in the last 15 minutes, is becoming a bit more penetrating. It's hitting the target and going through the court a bit more. He's getting it from A to B quicker, and that's allowing him to think about coming forward as well.
Advantage, Djokovic.
wasn't about pace, that was just purely about court position and owning the real estate out here. Got his feet up on the baseline, knew that this forehand was going to give him something to work with around waist height. It's the kind of hold from Novak that sort of propels him into another kind of frame of mind where he looks to try and get the comfort of a second break, that insurance break, just when he's been a little bit on the edge on the previous service game.
He's a tall man, tall young man. Tough to lob over that. Certainly from short inside the court and low. He's just got his attention a fraction more now. Out of the middle.
Yeah, that was the shot that was so impressive against Pedro the other night. The cross-court forehand on the run, he was absolutely letting it fly.
It's my pet hate, though. If you approach like that across court with your forehand, and what do you expect? Learning his skills, learning his strategy, but down the line, he's used that in recent times a lot better with better results.
30-50.
Great serving display in this second set from Maestrelli. Made 79% of his first serves. And the 4 times that he hasn't landed a first serve, he has walked away winning 3 of them, which is very impressive against Djokovic. Even better than he intended it to be.
40-13.
It just feathered the left court, didn't it?
And he's so late off with the left hand that when he sets up for it, unlike some other double-handers where they've almost telegraphed the fact they're going to hit either a slice backhand or a drop shot, Novak's is so late off the left hand that you just can't read it. Novak could read that as well. He went early to the forehand. There was something either in the ball toss or in the way that the shoulders were turned there from Maestrelli that he picked up.
Well, he does serve down there a lot too. He does. Well, he goes for both lines, but he's hit a lot of really good serves in that middle line on big points. So maybe Novak, it might be a combination, but yeah, he's probably picking it in the action, but also thinking he might be going there.
Well, I think unfortunately that's been put down.
Maestrelli.
Well, dropping a catch is more important in certain circumstances than others, Mark.
There should be an instant 10-minute ejection from the stadium.
I'm gonna stick up for that bloke.
Tried and tested formula from Djokovic. Return through the middle.
Yeah.
Quick redistribution of the ball.
It's a great tactic. It really is. I mean, it takes the sidelines out of play to start with. So that's two less places you can miss it. And then you invariably get a short reply from that ball. Then you can dictate.
Advantage, Maestrelli.
Australia just found out why his opponent has won this tournament 10 times.
What a great defender.
Yes.
And the great attacker. And the great athlete. He's still quick for 38 years, isn't he?
What a bit of athleticism, and look at the racket work.
Advantage, Maestrelli.
He hasn't reached Novak Djokovic's standard yet, though, has he? Not in this match. Maybe in his first round.
That's certainly one of the things he can take out of this match, Maestrelli, is his competitiveness. Numerous times today he's been with his back against the wall in a service game and has come through. First tour win, considerable money in the bank. I don't know whether Maestrelli is going to take some of that to the AO shop, but I would imagine that he...
Was it always that way?
It was always, it was always a weapon.
Can't believe that's caught some of the line. Can be, by her own admission, quite a combustible character, Siniakova. Quite a fiery individual. Got to know that over the years.
Still struggling a bit with the rhythm on her serve. Another double fault, another break point for Siniakova.
same serve struck on the second of the break points.
That serve is one of the weapons in Anasimova's game, and when she can get that shot going, it makes life a lot easier. Allows her to play more on the front foot and to get some free points that way.
Kind of an ironic smile on Djokovic's face here. We are court level. We are right where he was at that moment, and it was almost as though he was saying to himself, I'm not timing the ball as well as I would like until that final shot gets past the Italian. But that was harder work than he would have wanted. And he's not allowing his opponent to recover physically. Very quick to get this third point of the game underway.
$30-50.
You know, to me, it seems like, and this is no criticism of his young opposition, Joe, who's been rather impressive in his own, you know, in his own end of the court. But for me, Djokovic started almost in second or third gear. He didn't come out firing. He was a bit flat at the start. And there's been a couple of times during this second set when he's trying to go to the next level, I think. But it's almost like he's just remained a bit flat. Gee, that's a clever shot, though.
He's just doing enough out here, Novak, to ease his way through to the third round. He doesn't feel the need to make this a down payment on harder battles. This is just about traversing the terrain that he needs to get through.
Yeah, look, I agree, but it's been an hour and 25, and I just think he's probably wanting to accelerate the win. And we should never take it for granted, but it looks like he's going to win this match, and I'm sure he would prefer to do it rather in a short manner, or as short as he can. He just hasn't been at full gallop. That's all I'm trying to say, I think. I can see him trying to grab this game here, though. So that he virtually puts this second set in the bag.
15.
Bravo, Fra, molto bravo. Ottima seconda.
Just shuffle back a bit here, Novak. Just gave himself a little bit more time for his second shot of that particular rally, the +4 shot, and then he could kind of build some momentum going towards the baseline. That's just too good. That is just world class. The slice down the line was very special.
Vai fuori. Forza.
15,
Forza, è attaccato, eh.
Yeah, sweet, wasn't it? I mean, just the way it came off the strings, just beautiful. Hit the surface, veered further to the left. And then this next shot went behind Maestrelli. Oh, that's...
Oh, you go, Fitzy.
Wow. Superlatives are all you can come up with that backhand pass.
Yeah, they all apply, and over the course of this man's majestic career, they've all been exhausted. 5-2.
Couldn't escape after a difficult start to the game and couldn't recover it.
Anasimova's team there, her coach, Rick Fleesauer's strength and conditioning coach as well, Rob Brandsma. And she's got her physio there, Shadi Soleimani, who that trio has been a part of her team now a significant period of time.
Hitting her spots well on serve, isn't she? Only 170 Ks, but the targets are impressive. Balls have been flying this week.
See just the way that the shot is produced for Maestrelli on that forehand side. It's very difficult for him to get the racket face square all the time on that forehand return. He
makes returns when he kind of slows up the swing, but then it ends up being a little bit short. That's a great slice. And great couple of forehands there. I think that's his average height over the net. Needs to be almost a metre minimum for Maestrelli on his forehand consistently. It's going to give him the extra little bit of carry towards the baseline. That's another good example of that ball that is travelling a lot higher over the net, and you can see here Maestrelli sits at around 80 centimetres. Novak is a very different kind of profile of forehand, quicker, slightly lower RPMs. Maestrelli, I think just the way he produces it, needs to tag on about 20 centimetres there to get that depth. Yeah.
That's you.
The opportunity was there, just needed to execute it. The other advantage that will be for him is that it will pretty much take the net out of play for him consistently. He won't even need to think about it if he's hitting it that high.
Nothing.
Serve did the damage, a little bit of tidying up from Djokovic. A point away from being 2 sets to love up. Once again, a little redirect from Djokovic, but the scoreboard going in only one direction today.
Devo saperlo.
Nobody talks better with their hands than an Italian.
I'm not sure. English commentators go pretty well at that too.
Novak's credits for that second set. Again, second serve points one will be a little lower than he would have liked, but no damage done today. His first serve points one have been excellent, and he's always going to carve out opportunities to break. And he's just going to make his opponent work that much harder behind their serve, which is what he's done. As we take you through a few of the high points for both players in the second set. This was a lovely exchange. The Italian coming away with a point.
He really has just done as much as he's needed to do, though, hasn't he? No more. And it'll be interesting to see if he tries to step it up a bit in this third set. Try to get off the surface as much as he can. It's still warm out there. Contains the heat to a degree.
Palla corta, sei entrato, è giusto, vai. Basta. Mettiti lì, stai nel tuo. Bisogna solo cercare di fare cose di un grammino meglio tutto, stop.
Dai. Ma stacci in questa pressione, stacci.
That's where that little bit of extra pace comes in handy, doesn't it, as well, because you could just see how much she was struggling to get behind the ball.
When you have a tendency to try to hit bigger than you're maybe comfortable with from that position because you're trying to push Anisimova back. It's not been easy to do.
First set percentage dropping below 50 now for Siniakova.
Yeah, she's not doing herself any favors, Siniakova, playing so much behind the second serve. This is just beautiful ball striking from Anisimova. She rarely is hitting to Siniakova twice on the same side of the court. She is moving the ball almost immediately.
Jürgen Meltzer, still the trivia question for Novak Djokovic in terms of the one match that he's lost from this particular situation, leading by 2 sets to love, and at Roland Garros back in 2010.
That's gonna.
This is a very promising start. Fine repertoire of serves, and Rallet absolutely racing through this game.
You know, we watched Alex de Minaur last night, how he defends off his backhand side. It's very impressive. This guy's done it the best, hasn't he, over the years? Just
offensive defense, that's what he's done. And some play the game, but Novak has changed it. That shot alone. I mean, you think you're on top in that rally.
You do, but he goes out on that left leg and then has such timing that, yeah, he turns a negative situation into a positive just with one shot.
Game, Maestrelli.
Great attitude. Maestrelli up and running early in the third.
First game, third set.
Vai.
First main draw appearance for Maestrelli. A 21st for Djokovic here in Australia alone.
15.
A particular number of appearances here in Melbourne equals his great rival Roger Federer.
One thing's for sure, Federer. Those three great names sort of blend into one for me sometimes. This great man. He doesn't seem under any stress, does he, Novak? He's just... He is cruising here. He's... How good must it be to be that good? You can just come out here in a second round, just... And you know what? He's done pretty well, I think, Francesco. He's done well. He's come onto a big stage. You never know what's going to happen to a young player when they do that. It can be a nightmare, but he'll leave with some good memories from here, I'm sure.
Oh.
Made the little adjustment to go back on the second serve return and just kind of extend the rallies. It's not necessarily the way that he would always want to play, but today he knows that if once he can extend that rally, there's a good chance that he is going to come out on top. Whereas if he's up on the baseline and just gets caught out by the bounce a little bit, he's a little he's a little hurried on that second shot.
Yeah, looks like he's digging in a little bit here. Just refusing to miss. Wants to get this break.
Yeah, it's not been anything too extravagant. Incidentally, when he makes his trip to Roland Garros, he will break another Federer record alongside Feliciano Lopez, who have both made 81 appearances at majors, which is what Novak has done here in Melbourne this year.
Well, appearing and then winning are two different things.
Well, it appears that Novak is going to win again here in Melbourne. Certainly looking for his 101st victory. 4 games away. We were chatting a little bit earlier about kind of the forehand of Australian. Can he get better depth? Let's just take a look at where
Just a little while ago, we were seeing these two women coming out onto the Margaret Court Arena, and now we're seeing that set number 1 has been completed. Anisimova winning it 6-1. I would say not so much expected when you looked at the round 1 from the two players, but definitely a phenomenal feat from fourth seed Anisimova there.
We'll play another American, Peyton Stearns. Is also looking to rebuild her ranking slightly. It was a very good first set of tennis from Anisimova. Clean off the ground, just hitting the ball bigger. And you mentioned it.
To find a way to flatten that forehand out a little bit more. A little bit of runway for Australia to find a way to get a first break of this match, as Novak breaks early in this third set. Just maybe Novak going to do something for the very first time this year in Melbourne, because of course he has never won one of these majors without dropping a set at some stage. Clean kill in the opener against Pedro Martinez. And another one on the cards now.
That's him.
He's had a couple of slow diesel starts here in Australia over the last few years. In fact, you have to go back to 2019 to see Novak get out of the opening couple of rounds without dropping a set. Wasn't an easy second round there as well against Tsonga in 2019.
That's it.
Ball.
That's a 15.
Ball.
That's you.
Rare bit of hesitation on the Djokovic forehand there as he set up for this one to accelerate. Hasn't hit it as cleanly as he did in his opening round. And for a third time in the match, Australia with a break point. And for a third time, Djokovic makes a first serve on break point down. The other two had gone down the tee. This time he switches it up out wide.
Well, not only do they go in, they're about 10 centimetres from the line. Sets up an easy put away. Just lifts his game when it matters.
Advantage, Djokovic. Game Djokovic.
As you were saying, Fitzy, that's exactly what he's done.
Djokovic leads 3 games to 1.
Situation caught his attention, and he had the perfect remedy.
England.
Here's the advantage of just being a little bit further back. He was just able to make the last second adjustment to be able to strike the return at an uncomfortable height, it has to be said, but at least guide it to the baseline of the Italian. Bought himself some precious fractions of a second to be able to get in position.
Well, if he gives enough physical effort, Novak, to get that ball back deep, he's in great shape, isn't he? I mean, he locked in a little bit in the previous game, just made sure he didn't make too many mistakes to get the break, and then he'll do the same here, you would think. He probably wants to get off now. Stepping it up a fraction, and then the same thing happened. He got the ball back deep. And once he's in the rally, if he applies himself, you expect him to win the point back there.
That's 14.
Yes.
Good save. It's got to be his favourite. He goes there on all the big points, doesn't he? Tell you what, though, if you hit it at that speed, near the line, even if the returner knows, not much you can do.
Gorgeous strike. Effortless.
Advantage, Djokovic.
There's a big forehand in amongst that collection of wonderful shots.
Yes. Advantage. Nice rally.
Wants to prolong it as long as he can, and why not? He should. This experience is invaluable. Only 23 years of age. His mind will think differently, I think, after he comes off this match for a number of reasons.
At times he feels omnipresent on the court, doesn't he, Djokovic?
Yes.
Even before you've decided where you want to hit the ball, he appears.
Space traveller. You think it'd be obvious with that bright green shirt, wouldn't you? You'd see him a bit earlier, but no, there he just appears out of nowhere. India wants this game.
Advantage, Djokovic. Yes.
Good body serve.
Yeah, good recognition that Djokovic has moved up on the baseline at times. I mean, he has kind of gone forward, he has gone back, Djokovic, to try and sort of let the air come out of the second serve and pick it up even sometimes off the first. But as he was up on the baseline, that did allow Maestrelli access to the body serve.
Advantage, Djokovic. Game, Djokovic.
Well, the pressure he sustained was just too great in the end, and Djokovic breaks free in this third set, 4-1.
Siniakova could use a little good fortune. That net cord not to the advantage of Anisimova.
Someone in the crowd getting a little more exuberant, and Anisimova giving them a little stare after that point. For once, the backhand breaks down, and this is a decent opportunity for Siniakova right here. She has had a few. 7 in all, as Chanda told us.
Well, I'm going to go with the trend that they're going to break another record, but yeah, over 100,000 once again, just filing into the grounds. As we watch Mr. Sunday, as he has been here in Australia, 10-time champion.
Still a privilege, isn't it? Sit here and watch him.
Well, he may have broken his opponent 5 times today, but he has not broken his resolve. Australia has worked hard to have his opportunity here in the sun of Melbourne, and he is going to try and extend his stay as long as he can.
Well, I was about to say something about the strategy of going in there with a two-hander down the line and running to the net on the forehand, but then I realised it was Novak that had done it, so I thought I wouldn't criticise. But he did give the Italian a chance to swing at that forehand. Maybe he was just experimenting. Well, a little hiccup.
Definitely not a crisis of confidence, but maybe this crisis has come around because he hasn't quite concentrated as hard as he would have liked, and sometimes just needs to have that dialogue with his box just to fire himself up again. Australia just looking over his box, asking for their opinion about where he should try and stand for this return. He went back. Djokovic did the right thing by serving and volleying off a slow second serve, just couldn't execute the volley. And that is his reward for perseverance.
He can always say, I broke Novak Djokovic.
Ladies and gentlemen, when players are ready to play, please let them. Thank you.
When he excels like that, it's extraordinary. The way he moves a tennis ball around the rectangle is simply unstoppable. Excellent depth in that rally from the Italian qualifier. Did such good work. You can see from where the balls were landing. But the moment he dropped it short, Novak pounced.
Love it.
The delta between his good forehands and his bad forehands is just a little too big. He's got to somehow smooth out those rough edges.
I think when he misses that forehand, it looks like he just over presses on it. He's body sort of becomes a little bit too tense when he's trying to get so much out of it and create so much power out of it. It actually works in reverse sometimes, and he just dumps it in the net.
Little injection of pace off the ground there from Djokovic as he takes another step forward towards the handshake moment here on Rod Laver Arena.
Time.
Novak's day's work almost done. Of course, he'll have some media duties after this on-court interview, but in terms of what he wanted to achieve out of the day, just one more solid hold of serve, and he will be back in the third round once again here in Melbourne.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Taking.
The maestro outwits Maestrelli.
30. Love. Love.
Djokovic rapidly to triple match point. Hot to love, 3 sets to love. And not just the world's greatest ever tennis player, but he's also able to converse in, what is it these days, 7 different languages. A unique superstar.
Yeah.
Minimal effort in many ways.
Novak Djokovic taking the win here. A lot of cheers in the crowd for him there, but I feel like there has to be a celebration as well towards Italian Maestrelli here, because this is his first appearance in the main seed for an Australian Open, to make it to the second round, to come up against Novak Djokovic, 10-time Australian Open winner, and be able to take games, be able to win points the way he did. It was just a really tough uphill battle for him from the start, but he did wonders. Fantastic match we got to watch, lasting just over 2 hours there. And here's the seed of who Novak could potentially, Novak Djokovic, melding his names there together, giving him my own sort of nickname there. The seed that he could potentially be going up against in the third round, but that's where he has advanced to. And I'm sure he's not satisfied with just that. He's going to be aiming for so much more. And we're aiming to watch some more tennis here at the Australian Open, animated as over at Margaret Arena. The women's singles is continuing. Anisimova already won the first set there, but right now the second set is a much closer race.
Saved 11 of 14, you'll remember, in that big Wimbledon semi-final last year in the win over Sabalenka. That was a good day in that department as well. Not often that she's faced this many break points at a major.
Advantage, Anisimova.
Still can't get through this game. Hour and 8 minutes now. When you look at this match, because as you said earlier on, Anisimova's played a third more points on serve. 63 points she's played on serve. Siniakova just 40. Brilliant. And full throttle there. Got to make one count, surely.
And the game keeps on going.
Yeah, both players standing static after this point in disbelief. Give me a break, I think she's saying. Literally.
Oh, that was a funny step that Siniakova took there. Maybe hyperextended her Achilles slightly. Looked innocuous at first, but maybe not totally harmless.
Let's have a look again, Chanda.
It was just at the end, and she was like, you know, kind of just, point was over, and that was scary.
Nasty. Gingerly just checking it's okay. Cautious. Nothing cautious about this backhand, though.
And at some point, Siniakova, if she gets another break point, you figure she's got to capitalize. I mean, she's earned it, right?
Mm-hmm. Owed one. Definitely.
There's another one. Just didn't recognize Siniakova how far back behind the baseline she was. Didn't have nearly enough height on that shot. Even if it were to go in, it would have been short. 11 minutes now. Rolex game duration.
It's not a good sign. I mean, she has served an exceptionally high number today, hasn't she?
It's a lot more work when you're
Yes.
having to hit serve after serve. She's had several games now, Anisimova, that have gone the distance, extra innings, and this is another one.
Thirteenth time lucky. No wonder she offers that sort of reaction. It's been kept at bay until now. And we've got a match in her hands maybe here. That was a tired-looking finish as well from Anisimova, wasn't it, Judd?
It looks like it's starting to take a little bit of a toll. It isn't the hottest day, but does start to come into play. Out there under pressure in the heat, serving long games like that last one, and Siniakova is right back in this.
The Achilles heel of the serve once again.
And it was the toss. I mean, you could see the variation. That one was a little too far over her left shoulder. Had to chase it in that direction.
Quite a high toss as well, isn't it? So there's a little more variables, a few more variables in there in terms of just it going wrong. The whole serve, as we said, is not the most fluid, to put it mildly. Six doubles now, 4 in this set.
She's lost a bit of that balance. Smoothness of her shots has just gone off slightly for Anisimova. She's pressing. And Siniakova trying to take the lead for the first time in a set.
Very well defended. The backhand up the line from the Czech, who turned the point in her favour.
She's starting to extend a few more of these rallies. Siniakova, that one, in the end, she's able to be out on the front foot. Just a little more of a breeze that is coming into play in this game. That shot may be a victim of it. Certainly wasn't a clean hit for Siniakova.
Just that injection of pace that she has, how well she moved her feet to get back behind that ball, wasn't it? Really sharp footwork to give her the space to make something happen. Did well, again, to fend off the depth that Anisimova was bringing in that rally. And again, just holding the stomach, Chanda.
Yeah, it's hard to tell whether it's just a little fatigue coming into play. The nerves amplifies all of that. Or if it's maybe something Anisimova is feeling. And if you are Siniakova, you've got to put that serve in. The first serve, ideally, even if you take a little bit off. You just don't want to let Anisimova breathe here. She's struggling a little bit under some pressure, and you want to keep applying it.
Wasn't far away. It's well done. Getting a little more willing when the ball was there to go after it off the backhand side. And that turned the point in her favor.
It's a little extra angle that Siniakova was able to get. You can see her kind of bring that left arm over a little more to get on the outside of the ball. And that's what opened up the court.
These two games alone, almost 20 minutes in duration collectively. And we're not through it yet either. Trying to keep the length on the ball, wasn't she? But the frustration being that it was going relatively central, so it's not a particularly tight target.
And it's worrying when you've got to serve so many balls in a game. And now it's Siniakova trying to keep her energy levels up here.
Let's first serve.
And You'd also imagine, and I don't mean this disrespectfully to Siniakova, but the serve obviously is a huge issue for her, and there's not a lot of trust in it, and there's that element of trying to get the ball in, isn't it? She doesn't quite know what the outcome's going to be, so you're always sort of battling that in your own mind as well, to an extent. Didn't commit to that shot, the American.
That was a smart play from Siniakova. The slice low, just a little short to bring Anisimova forward. It's an uncomfortable position to hit a low forehand from, and especially if that's not your most comfortable side. Just see her pull off of it, didn't go after it.
Doesn't quite have the control on the forehand that she has on the other wing.
Well, and you know, she's pantomiming her racket, but it was actually the legs. She kind of reached for it, and you've got a little breeze. Sometimes the ball slows up a little bit in the air. Got to make these adjustments, and after serving 10 minutes, it's not easy to keep the legs going.
This has been an extraordinary couple of games.
This is where you just want an easy, shorter point. If you can find a way to get it.
Which is not always necessarily available to Achanda.
That's about as close as you can get.
Yeah.
Second ball miss from Anisimova.
Only 12 serves in the entire match she's hit have not come back. That's the unreturned number for the Czech. Out of 60-odd. Doesn't miss those. Top of the pole right now in the doubles world rankings. Can she finally get herself in front here? Truly stunning effort from the 29-year-old Czech. She wins 2 marathon games here on Margaret Court Arena to get herself in front. 42 points played in the last 2 games. She's up 4-3. That was unbelievable, Chanda.
Incredible, and a statement. Couple of games from Siniakova. She is not going anywhere, and she is firmly entrenched now in this match. The lead for the first time in this second set, and she's got the momentum. She's found a way to break through some of the defense of Amanda Anisimova. Not easy to find a level of intensity at the end of a couple of long marathon games, but Siniakova able to do it at just the right moment.
Chanda mentioned the big wins she's had in her career. She beat Osaka when she was world #1 at Roland Garros. That was 6 years ago. She also beat Coco Gauff 2 years ago. She was 3 in the world. Halep she beat, who was 4 in the world at the time. So there may have been few and far between, but this lady has certainly taken some big names down on the singles court. How tough is it to recover, Chanda, when you've lost back-to-back games like that mentally? Yes, you've got your 60 seconds, but how difficult is it to get up again?
Yeah, I think it's difficult, the mental and even emotional kind of toll that those 2 games took, where Anisimova had opportunities in both of them, couldn't get it. You could see her kind of hunched over a few times. Tough to tell whether that was just a little physical or something more. But she started missing more, Anisimova. She's not as crisp and getting into position as quickly. And you tend to think she's losing some of her legs. And that could be a real advantage for Siniakova now.
That was managed nicely, though.
But she's got to push through. She's got to grasp any kind of positive energy just to push herself to get the hold and maybe just reset. You know, you have those 2 games, the momentum goes the other way. Got to fight against the tide here.
What a pass. Didn't look on. Well, that was some shot. Can't believe it.
Take maximum time. Keep accelerating and try to land in the court. Take your time.
This is worrying. And I think emotionally, she's a little on the edge right now.
She's a fighter, Anisimova. We saw it time and time again last season. Getting to the final of Wimbledon, the final of the US Open. And this is another match where she's got to dig a little deeper. Another double fault.
It's 5 in the set, Chanda. And to be fair, the volume of serve she's had to put in. Almost 50 times she's served in this set. 50 points played on serve, should I say.
She was a little more careful with a few of those backhands, Anisimova. Stayed calm, trying to keep her consistency up there, and she gets another game point.
Longest rally of the match, and the rallies are beginning to be a little more extended out here. A little more regularly. Whisker away. It was a bold choice of shot from there. And that's how close it was. Light relief for the 4th seed. Trophy we just saw, of course, that's what we're playing for here, a week on Saturday. An American currently has her hands on it, Madison Keys.
Anisimova didn't have to move quite as much on that return. All she had to do was turn her shoulders. And a nice, perfect line on that forehand.
9 of 29 second serve points won for the Czech today. Fallen off that shot as well. Rushing here. kept a fairly calm presence despite everything that's been going down here in the last half an hour. And diffused the pressure sensibly.
Let's first serve.
There's the break. The angle was a good one. Siniakova somewhat exasperated as she sits down because the fourth seed will try and serve this out here at 5-4. It's so taxing physically, this set, isn't it? Felt like that was just a little dip, wasn't it? That
Just
last
a
game.
little.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the question after Siniakova held so beautifully both of those games from 2-3 down to move up to 4-3 position. Question was, could she maintain and even elevate if needed? And that's always so tough when you have put as much as she put into getting those 2 games. And this is now where Anisimova has to answer the questions. Can she get enough legs up into that serve to serve a good game here?
Undone at the second round stage here last year was Amanda Anisimova, beaten by Emma Raducanu. Trying to go one step further. This one has been a day that has had lots of challenges for her. Serving for victory.
Let's first serve.
This has been a true test for both players, really. Amanda Anisimova played 60 minutes her first match. Siniakova 59 minutes. This second set alone, 65 minutes and counting. Physicality. It's such a big help when you can get the first serve, not have to go through the effort of serving a second serve, serving twice and with more pressure.
Those sort of rallies we saw a lot of in the opening set. Too much pressure from the back, the American creating. Found her game. And it looked as though she might be wobbling somewhat at times in this second set. Plenty of challenges, 2 match points to reach the third round. delightful finish for Amanda Anisimova, who is into round 3 here at the Australian Open. 2 contrasting sets. Set 2 was a real battle, well over the hour, but she prevails. 1-4.
This was impressive from Amanda Anisimova.
Everything was so impressive about what we got to watch for this match between them. Anisimova having just a tough win there in the second set, but she's able to win it in straight sets here. 6-1 for the first, 6-4 for the second there. And Siniakova, whilst it's a shame to see her leave the Australian Open in the women's singles here, she is going to be obviously still playing in the women's doubles, where she's won in the past in the Australian Open, and the mixed doubles as well. But for Anisimova continuing on and getting a win here does mean that she will have to go up against fellow countrymen here in American Stearns. So we'll see how she's going to be able to bounce back and look towards now entering the third round for herself, because it's a lot after seeing what that second set delivered to her.
In the end, just too much firepower from
Give it to me now. Drop that.
Can you believe we're already moving into the later half of day number 5 for the Australian Open Animated, where we're going to be looking at our night sessions, the continuation and also kind of the conclusion of round 2 in both the men's and women's singles. We're going to have a look at Rod Laver Arena, which will start in a couple of hours, and the matches on the cards for them. What we've seen so far, but also what we get to look forward to, and that's seeing Australian James Duckworth coming up against two-time defending champ Jannik Sinner there in second seed at the moment. The women's singles second round will end the day for Rod Laver as well. Over on Margaret Court Arena, I feel like the matches are just as exciting as what has already been delivered. For the women's singles, kicking off with Naomi Osaka up against Sorana Cirstea there. And then the men's singles as well, which we can't ignore. But over on Cain Arena, an arena or a court that seems to love straight sets over there is Madison Keys getting straight set victory for herself. Shelton soon to follow there for the men's singles. And what we didn't get to cover, but what did get played there was the women's doubles as well. Again, straight sets on the card there. So whether it's looking good or looking bad for the evening session, the players that are playing on Cain Arena are going to be Vuskova there against Swiatek. And then our men's singles later tonight too. We're going to be looking at the draw of the women's singles, how they're going to be facing up. What brings me joy is getting to see in the third round right there is Madison Inglis being able to clinch out a victory for herself, the only Australian woman left in the Australian Open here and making it to the third round. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one for her. Yet to know who her opponent is. A match that will be played on Margaret Court Arena that I just mentioned beforehand, but we can also see exactly where our match for Cain Arena could be lining up for themselves in the draft. And our players hopefully soon to take center court there on the Cain Arena is, yeah, we could see them in the wings, just eager to get out there and get playing already.
Talented Czechia player. So many of them on the WTA Tour. We're almost set to go here on Cain Arena. Let's bring the players out onto court for the first of our evening matches.
It's time for some round 2 women's singles action on Cain Arena. Please welcome first from Czechia, Marie Boskova. And her opponent from Poland, Iga Świątek.
And there is plenty of support in the house for Iga Świątek. The Polish fans are travelling everywhere, following her around the country. First the United Cup, now the Australian Open. And they want to cheer her on to victory. 2-time semi-finalist here, wants to go a couple better, add to her major trophy collection. But a good test today. Cooler conditions in Melbourne, but nice and sunny, no sign of the rain that we had last night around Melbourne Park. And, well, we're actually set for some hot conditions to come on Saturday round.
Yeah, they're talking about the weather there. And I do also love that yesterday I started the day saying I was surprised we hadn't had an interruption from, the volatility of the Melbourne weather with rain coming down. Feels like it was a little bit of a jinx. I won't say that this time around, as it is still a cool 19 degrees, a little bit of cloud for them as well. So whether that plays to the advantage of each individual, we get to see there. And they're talking about Swiatek how she's been a 2-time semi-finalist at the Australian Open, but her opponent, Buskova, she's yet to make it past a second round in the 6 Australian Open appearances that we've had from her. So this one feels, more vital than ever to really prove herself, make a bit of a deeper run at the Australian Open. And some of the keys as to how she's able to do it, popping up on our screen right here, working for short points and sharp angles, trying to avoid those extended rallies, and trying to pull Swiatek around the court as well. They're all things that could favor Buzkova there and see her into that third round. But for the side of Swiatek here, hitting powerful forehands, that's her big one, hitting her behind the baseline, try and change it up, have a bit of a break there for her, and clean on the execution there as well. Around the coin toss going on, so maybe we can listen in, see where it lands and who picks what.
Ayo, you receive.
Buskova,
Stay.
the toss.
Picture on the other side.
Receive. And that is an expert coin toss. You can tell that, yeah, that young girl has been practicing the elevation. That is just textbook. Superb. So the discussion continuing, probably eager asking for some towels. Someone who never asks for towels more than the allocation. Andrea Petkovic, it's lovely to see you.
It's lovely to see you. Our first time this year working together. I'm very excited, and I can't wait to call this match. You mentioned the head-to-head earlier on. Iga has won the 2 prior meetings, but this is a tough second round for her. Marie Botskova has been up as high as number 24 in the world, and she is a very good competitor, great player. So this is a good challenge for the world number 2 early on.
So ranked 44 at the moment. Won title last year. Actually was in Prague, where she'd won it before, so I think she might just buy some real estate there because she's loving that title. They're her 2 career singles titles, but you see very much in the positive in terms of her win-loss record, and can be a dangerous opponent. 2022 Wimbledon, she reached the quarterfinals there, but hasn't been beyond the second round, as you can see here. Wants to go at least one better at this event this year.
Yeah, and why not? The quicker hard courts the surfaces that usually favor her game. She's a counter puncher. She uses the pace of her opponent to redirect the ball. And we all know that Iga Swiatek can create a lot of pace on both of her wings, backhand and forehand.
It's just the conveyor belt of women's players right at the very top of the game from Czechia as well. And as soon as one retires, another one comes in. It's just how it works there. I don't know what's in the water, but they have such a great program. And they do a great job of it. Speaking of doing a good job, Iga Swiatek, 2 in the world, seeded 2 here as well. That win, finally, Poland getting over the line at the United Cup earlier this year. Just added a little title called Wimbledon last year. And I think everything pointing in the right direction, Andrea, for Iga to start off this season. I think there's that, a few questions about what happened at United Cup, but she comes here, she's finding that right mindset. A good win first up too, which I think set her up for the match today.
Yeah, she was playing a very good opponent, Yuan Yue, who played a fantastic match there. And sometimes as a seed, you want to be tested a little bit to build that mental resilience into the second week if you do get there, which is always expected of her. And sometimes it's not fair how for granted we take these champions and that they always win. It's a lot of pressure on these young women. We saw it only 24 years of age, but it seems she's been around forever.
It's that sort of feeling, but we rate these players highly, as Swiatek leading the head-to-head 2-0 Wuhan on hard, and then also on clay at Roland Garros. Well, she owns Roland Garros pretty much, Iga Swiatek. But that's the whole thing about players inside the world's top 10. They are rated on a higher level to most of the other players on the tour. Any sort of it's a crime. It's magnified so much because they have had so much success.
Yeah, and particularly Iga. So I live in the Polish neighborhood in New York, and when Iga Swiatek is playing, the streets are quite empty out there. So I can only imagine how it is back in Poland. You can hear and see a lot of Polish fans everywhere. And we sometimes forget how many expectations there are, not only on Swiatek, also on Sabalenka, Goff, and so on and so forth. The big stars of the sport carry so much pressure around with themselves.
Absolutely. And Well, have a look at this, Andrea. You wouldn't want to leave this. You talk about New York. What about Melbourne? 19 Celsius, 68 Fahrenheit. We've got Jill Krabus joining us, so I'll just help her out. 68 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy. And, well, it's going to continue to be mild this evening. When I mentioned the term 40 degrees, you gave me a bit of a look. Did you not know that that was coming?
I knew it was getting hot again. I didn't know it was getting that hot. For Jill, as an American, 40 doesn't sound a lot, but it is very hot. Jill, how is it down there? You're in the shade. Is it cool?
It is very cool, but I do know how hot 40 degrees is. I do. I live in the desert.
Okay, so you do know.
It is cool, I have to say, but compared to when I was walking here, where it was super windy, this court is a lot more protected. So just a slight breeze. I am in the shade, but it is a little bit cooler, but pleasant conditions for the players. You guys are right. There was a huge applause for Iga. There's a lot of Polish flags, Polish fans everywhere. There's kids behind me that are super excited for this match. So there's a buzz down here courtside.
Absolutely. Well, the one factor that will be happening in, say, well, for the next half hour or so is the shadow moving across the court. At the moment, it's halfway across, so it does make things a little bit awkward for the players going from the sun into the shade and vice versa.
Yeah, it can be tricky. I think the players will be most relieved, though, if they have the same experience that Jill Krabus is having courtside, that the wind that is, and she's right, I just walked here too, and it was very breezy out there, but seemingly the court well protected by the walls around from that breeze.
Yep. It will swirl around maybe a little bit, but it's the high roof here as well, which is open, of course, but both players very experienced playing on the big stadium courts around the world. So Iga Swiatek is just getting a reminder of which towel box to place her towels in. And I think we're all sorted now. Marie Boskova winning the toss and electing to receive in this second round women's singles match.
Ready?
Sort of work through all of the stats, Andrea, talk about, you know, the success that Iga Swiatek has had just in such a short, relatively short space of time. She had 62 match wins last season. That's the 4th year in a row that she's won 60+ matches in a year. And the last 2 players to do that, Martina Hingis and Lindsay Davenport.
That's a nice list of people to be added to. She had one of the more astonishing ascents to the top of the world with Ash Barty retiring. She all of a sudden was world #1 and just casually went on to win 36 matches in a row as if nothing happened. That was some feat from Swiatek.
Well, it ties in with what you were saying during the warm-up about, you know, we rate these players so highly, but that's because we see the talent, we see what they're able to do. statement already for Swiatek in this opening game.
And Jill, it looks like Swiatek is using that forehand topspin very well from up here. How does it look from down there? Much better, probably.
You hit the nail on the head, Andrea, and I actually noticed it from the warm-up. She was going even higher and heavier in the warm-up just to get that shape. She's been practicing that, working on using that because it's so effective. And right away from the first ball, you're exactly right. It's just coming off the court, jumping off the court really well. But what a good start for Swiatek. Intense from the first ball, as we know she can be. But the breeze is a little bit behind her on this side, so now it'll be behind Boskova, even though it's still not super windy, but there is a slight breeze in that direction.
Oh, that is fantastic. 15,500 kilometres to see Iga Swiatek, and they won't be disappointed today, I'm sure. Win predictor is coming up. What are you thinking, Petko, for this one?
I think in favor of Swiatek by 71%. 69. I was so close.
I might start calling you algorithm. Nailed that. You didn't even know.
I'm disappointed by the miss, though.
Too good. It's just too solid from the back of the court.
And just to elaborate on what Jill just said, it is so important to use that rotation against a player like Boskova. I mentioned it. She's a counterpuncher. She plays with the pace of the opponent. She has a little bit more trouble creating something by herself. Those heavily rotated shots, they sit up, and you have to do something with your own strength and power, and that is not the comfort zone for Boskova.
She's going to try and match that pace toe-to-toe from the back of the court. You're going to see errors flying from the Boskova racket. Interesting to see how they rate those, actually, whether it's an unforced error at the moment. They're forced errors with the pressure that she's under.
And that was a great example for Swiatek flattening the ball out a little bit, and right away Boskova can take that pace and redirect. And that's why we see Swiatek using a bit more of that spin.
So early trouble for Boskova here. Antonin Boldarts, who's Boskova's coach, on the right there with the sunglasses.
I think he stole my sunglasses. I've been missing them for a few days.
So the early break.
Jannik leads 2 games to 0.
Very good start from Iga Swiatek. That is so important when you play these players in the early rounds that you know can do some damage against the seeds. You want to show who is boss in the house right out the gate, and this is a very good beginning for Swiatek.
Well, you'll take that little bit of luck. Sorry, not sorry. I think that should be abolished from the sport, Andre. Here's Wim Fissette, coach of Iga Swiatek.
You got to keep up the, you know, the pretenses
No.
behind Wim. Behind Wim, Daria Abramovic, the sports psychologist for Swiatek.
Let for service. Love 13.
Boskova already doing a better job of, in the second serve, standing way inside the baseline to take that ball a little bit earlier. That ball's kicking up, but it doesn't quite have the heaviness right now in the second serve. So good aggressive stance from Boskova.
All over the nets. We know how comfortable she could be coming forward. And right on display there.
15-13.
Very well done. That's one aspect of Swiatek's game they have worked on in the preseason, have tried to make her feel more comfortable up there. She has good volleys, just needs to develop the instinct a bit more. That is the worst you can do against Iga Swiatek, is give her neutral balls that sit up in the center of the court. Whether it's a backhand or a forehand, she's absolutely relentless on those.
It's nicely constructed. Redirection of pace up the line.
13-14. Yes.
There it is again, those neutral balls, and that's what Jill pointed out at that love 30. That's what Boskova did so well in the first 2 points. She didn't give Swiatek anything neutral, but pushed her rather a little bit up the baseline. Not easy to do against the world number 2.
Yes.
Did see that she asked for a box of tissues before the match started.
Well, I don't know about you, but I did feel some allergies around Melbourne Park yesterday and today.
Bit of sneezing going on.
Yeah.
Advantage, jumper.
Just reaching for that ball.
Yes.
Difference in terms of where that return landed. Bit of extra depth. Serve coming in at 149. Just caught the edge.
That was a little more precise than needed. I think it was exactly on the same line where Jill is sitting. It just caught the end of the line there, did it?
It's interesting. She's serving a lot to the backhand right now, and I think it's to try and open up and stretch the court and try and get Boskova on the run on that forehand side.
Advantage, Boskova.
And so the break back. We're on serve early in the first set of this one. It's Świątek 2-1.
Świątek leads 2-1.
Now settled into the task.
Settling into the task, and we can already see glimpses of why Boskova was as high as 24 in the world and why she has those two titles. The Wimbledon quarterfinal you mentioned. She's a very feisty competitor. And there's now something about the racket. Jill, could you make out whether Iga was not happy with her tension?
With the racket?
Yes.
I know that before the warm-up, she hit a few balls and then all of a sudden gave a racket to Wimfasek because she didn't like that one. So just trying to find the right racket to work with.
So great crowd again. Night number 5 of Australian Open 2026 is flying along. The second round matches, we're completing them today into the third round tomorrow. things start to move quickly. 66,675 people here today, a new record.
Just missed there, but you could see what Jill was talking about earlier. Going after the forehand, trying to really exploit that wing. That is the slightly weaker wing of Boskova, and only going into the backhand to open the court, spread the court. Just missed there. Didn't quite put it away. It was a positive move from Boskova. It's the right idea, but just didn't do enough with that ball, and then Świątek waiting.
That was such a great ball. She could have had so much time on that. She could have easily flattened that out and attacked it, but she's still opting to go for that higher, heavier ball. The one she missed down the line, she did flatten out. And I think Wim's been working on be okay to hit that heavy one over and over again.
Talk about the success that players from Czechia have. Just one retires, another one comes in. There's 8 ranked inside the WTA top 100. Boskova, the 4th ranked player at 44. There's some pressure on that second serve from both players really at the moment.
Yeah, it's a lot going on. There's the conditions that have dramatically dropped off in heat, so players need to adjust their string tension, and then of course playing Świątek, who's one of the best returners in the game, will just add that extra tension on those second serves for Boskova, and she did have lower back issues in the past, so probably also some of that, a combination of all these things. And this is exactly the ball that Jill was talking about, the one where she doesn't go to play a ripper, as they say in Australia, but she adds that bit of shape. It is breezy in Melbourne. You have to give yourself somewhat of a margin.
15-all.
She can absorb the pressure for a little while, Boskova, but Świątek so far inside the baseline by the end of that point.
That feels so stifling when Świątek starts to dictate the point from the center of the court with her forehand. It's always a good sign of confidence when she is using the forehand from the center. Yeah, this beautiful serving here. Bit of rotation, but when you do see Świątek take the backhand from the center, that's often a sign that she's having some doubts or some tension in her body. That was the case in the first round. Today, a lot of forehands from the center of the court, even when she misses some.
Świątek holds. Consolidates the break. It's 4-1 in the opening set. The number 2 seed. Oh, great crowd filing in now to Cain Arena. So many spectators around the grounds. Opportunity to get in here as quickly as possible. 2 matches to come, this one, and then later on it'll be Taylor Fritz against Viktor Kopriva, 9 seed. Looking okay after his opening round match. Well, this stadium turns into a concert venue. There's going to be all sorts of music performances this time next week and throughout the rest of the tournament.
Time.
As usual, Iga Świątek bouncing out of the chair. Just asserting her authority on this contest. See whether the top players, they want to get through this first week with as minimum of fuss as possible. Start building for week number 2. They had to be patient. We got the result.
Very good point by Boskova. And you can see her, this one right here, running around her forehand to use her backhand, just gives away what shot she feels more comfortable on, but gets a nice angle and finishes it beautifully at the net.
There is coming on the Świątek racket. 9 unforced at the moment. And that forehand wing.
Oh, Pete and Andrea, you both mentioned patience, and I think that's going to be really important as this match goes on because the temperature is dropping. It's getting a little bit colder. I'm sitting behind Wim and Daria. They both put a sweatshirt on and sweatpants. Daria just looked at me and said she's so cold. So the ball's not going to be as lively. So patience is going to be key in some of these longer rallies.
She's touched the net in the end there. Well, that's an interesting tactic from Świątek.
She's just before. I mean, she's not moving. She has just the racket up. So I was checking. Sorry, no, not in your foot. I mean, for me, it's not an hindrance. So looking at it, I'm going to see her. But we can have a look if you want. I don't know, Tato. She's just there. Is what? Yeah, of course. I can check that. So checking if the racket is on the other side of the net, just to make things clear. Okay.
So,
ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Boskova is challenging the call that the racket of her opponent was on the other side of the net.
Well, it was interesting watching it down here from courtside because they were both charging the net. Here's the review.
This is not the challenge itself, Jill.
Oh, that's just the review of the play. Yeah, no, I don't think I see Iga's racket going over, but...
Now, the issue here, Jill, is about Boskova touched the net here. So she's right to be able to reach over because the ball went on Boskova's side and then went back over.
Yep.
So she has the right to reach over and touch it, but as we can see, Świątek nowhere near the net on the other side.
So you can show the whole session to the screen. Okay, thank you.
So here comes the verdict. Świątek moved out of the way. She's nowhere near it. And did well actually to get out of the way of it. But Boskova was trying to reach, trying to get the ball because she needed to touch the ball for that to count.
She's smiling, so good to see that.
15 left. Boskova has 2 challenges remaining.
Interesting there that there wasn't too much chatter about the hindrance because Świątek was moving forward and trying to stand in position to be as big as possible there. Knew that there was a lot of backspin on that ball.
Just raising the racket up, not, we have seen that from her before where she sort of waves.
Yep.
I think that would have been more of an hindrance, but she just charged the net, lifted her racket up, and that could be interpreted as, well, in case she does smash, I can hold my racket up and give myself a chance to win the point.
Nicely done from Świątek. Keeping control of the contest. It's 5-2 in the first set.
Świątek leads 5 games to 2.
Swapping the racket here. 7 games in.
Let's take another look at this interesting point. So see Świątek, she'd be aware that there's backspin on this ball where it's going. So she needs to stand. She's got out of the way to let Buskova, otherwise she would have been hit with the racket.
Yeah. I think this is a great camera angle, this one too, but the one before where you see her from behind, you can really see that she just lifts up the racket, trying to give herself a chance, and then realizes, oh, whoopsie daisy, I'm in the way. And gets out of it just in time.
So just to repeat, that Buskova could reach over the net in that instance because the ball had gone on her side of the court. You can't do it unless it crosses the marker of the net. Well, we're here at the Happy Slam, and the Polish fans pretty happy with the way things are going right now. Nice Polish population here in Melbourne. Oh, that's just great speed from Świątek. Making her play the extra ball, but what pace around the court.
Yeah, beautiful defense from Świątek, but I love that Buskova is trying a few other things. She has realized that from the baseline, Świątek is very strong, so she's trying to put in a few net attacks. We saw a few drop shots, and this is what I love about tennis players when they try to think their way through the strategy and through the game plan and try to figure things out as they go.
Buskova's got 6 doubles titles to her name. She plays a healthy amount of doubles throughout the year. That's just too good. Too much power on the baseline from Świątek.
15-13.
Yeah, did a lot better on that return. The prior return, she just tried to go for a bit too much there. But this one found exactly the right balance between aggressiveness and risk-taking. And take a look here. This is an incredible stat. She's taking 47% of her shots inside the baseline. That is outrageous. A lot of pace to handle on the other side.
Another example of it, that controlled aggression from Świątek.
15-14.
And also that movement forward as well, seeing that opportunity. She's going to hit a decent ball. It's going to go deep in the court, come forward, try and finish it off at the net. Yeah, she's getting it done nicely here, the second seeds. Iga Świątek in 38 minutes takes the first set, 6 games to 2. Well, she definitely has the balance of power in this match. She is just controlling things. It is on her racket, Andrea.
Yeah, maybe she can hear Jill Krabus from courtside, because Jilly called it well. She said, hey, the conditions are slowing down, you need to be patient, and she really found the patience there, and her serve is looking magnificent. She's winning 70 points, 70% of points when her first serve finds the target, and that is the case in 69% of the time. 17 winners to 13 unforced errors. That is a +4. That is a very good stat to have with a little bit of grease. A very clean match from Iga Świątek so far.
Those numbers for Bouzkova, the serving stats in particular, they need to be around 70% first serves into play to put pressure on Świątek. As we look at the highlights from set number 1, and pretty clean hitting from Świątek. Yes, there were unforced errors, but they're more than balanced out by the winners.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you put, how do you say it in English? You hit the nail on the head?
Yep, that's it. Yeah.
Nice. With the serving, I think if you play the number 2 in the world, when she is playing so well, Świątek, you have to be at least 60% of first serve percentage, and that's the one thing Bouzkova has been struggling with in the first set, so something to look into in the second set for her.
Well, again, it's playing at Iga's pace. A set to the goods.
Świątek is able to be so far inside the baseline is Bouzkova's first ball is landing relatively short, and with how quick Świątek is around the court, she's using that quickness in an aggressive way as well. So Bouzkova's going to try and have to find some more depth.
The question for me, though, is how, particularly with the speed of the ball coming at it from Świątek.
Yeah, that is going to be the challenge, but this was the perfect example of what Jill just talked about. Short in the court, and boy, Wim Fissette will be very happy with the net attacks today from Świątek.
First game, second set.
Things rolling nicely. Well, to underline your point about coming to the net, 9 of 9 for Iga Swiatek today coming forward. That's why Wim Fissette would be happy.
He will be. And she had in her match against Susan Lamens at the United Cup, she won 10 out of 11 net points. And when I mentioned it to her, her eyes went all wide and she couldn't believe the words I was saying. She thought I was tricking her. So I think she underestimates how good she is at the net and how good her volley is. She still needs to develop some sort of an instinct in where to stand when she does attack. But once the volley is in play, I do feel like, hey, she's a mixed doubles finalist at the US Open with Casper Ruud. Wow. Well, Jill, the question is there anything apart from the depth that Boskova could do to stop this onslaught from Swiatek right now?
I think the placement of the serves needs to be a little bit more accurate, and Swiatek's teeing off on these returns as well. But I think it's really about just trying to take the risk. Good effort from Boskova, but what I was going to say is take the risk and be willing to maybe hit some balls long in the court. Try and go for that length, because everything is landing, or the majority are landing pretty short. So be okay to see if you miss a couple long and then find your range.
Talk about that point that Jill's making about the service placement for Boskova. Juice court, the aim is to get out to that forehand. That's one we've seen the errors come from with Swiatek, as you'd expect. Interesting in terms of placement across the ad court. A mixture of body serves being thrown in as well. She had the wheels.
14-10.
Yeah, got it. They're just reading the play as well. Boskova trying to change things up.
14.
That's not working either. Spread the court nicely on that occasion.
1 game.
Yeah, this is a job well done by Boskova to just try, and this is what I mentioned earlier and what I love about her. What a great competitor she is. She can feel that Swiatek, you know, she has a good day today. She is playing well. She's pushing her around, but Boskova remains there. She remains competing, and that way she gives herself the chance to find a way back in the match if and when Swiatek's level drops.
drop shot's working very effectively because there's not much height on it over the net as well. She's executing in the shorter part of the court, but it's staying very low, so it's not bouncing up on Swiatek.
That's better depth. She can get access to that second serve in particular.
Yeah, caught it just before it jumped above her shoulder too, Boskova. That way was able to find the depth. A little bit of an opening here for her.
Here's an opportunity. Saw that stat in the opening set of time spent playing inside the baseline for Boskova. To get up the court a little bit more. I saw her on that occasion, right on the baseline for that ball. And there is the break. Mari Boskova fighting on. It's 2-1 in the second set. Well, great turnaround here for Boskova.
Yeah, Swiatek trying to just settle herself, annoyed by the forehand. It was the one defensive shot that she flattened out. That was probably the better choice, to use a bit of height, but all credit to Boskova. She is such a, and this is why it's so important to be a good competitor, to stay there no matter what. Even the best in the world, it's so difficult to play a perfect match. Even they will have little letdowns, little drop-offs, and that's when you need to use your opportunity, and Boskova did that beautifully here. Doesn't mean she's going to win the match, but she's giving herself the opportunity to do well.
Well, if you can't be in John Cain Arena hanging out with us, you'll be on Grand Slam Oval. This is right near John Cain Arena, and in between that and Rod Laver Arena. It is jam-packed out there. People enjoying some refreshments. Chance to take a little break before getting into the night session. Plenty of entertainment out there as well.
Just needs to be careful there on the forehand a little bit, Swiatek. In those last two games, yeah, I think she might have just gotten a little bit of a talking to from the box. Maybe Jill heard something, but she's just flattened out the forehand a bit too much. That's why we saw a few misses in the net.
couldn't quite pick up exactly what Wim Plesset was saying, but mentioned something to Iga, and she just gave a frustrated look, and then he just had some words of encouragement, just come on, let's go. But you can see that she's getting a little bit anxious on that forehand side.
14 love.
It's smart for Boskova, just hitting everything to that wing right now.
Until that happens.
Figured that one out quickly. Yeah, it's such a curious shot, that forehand of Świątek. It is one of the biggest weapons in the women's game when she's confident on it. And it's the one shot that can just go away for her at times when, as Jill said, a little bit of anxiety sets in, a little more tension.
And put that pressure on.
14.
That's why I think, you know, for all of the chatter about the coaches' pods and coaching and everything like that, you know, having them close, that's the advantage for Świątek. To be able to just look over, the words of encouragement are there. I don't mind that.
No, me neither. And you can see here a lot more pace on the forehand for Boskova, and not happy with the racket. Might just switch frames, but Boskova.
Well, that's a coach. But again, you know, walk over there, a few words of advice, back out onto court. All the talk of, you know, players having to work it out and everything themselves. Yeah, that's true, but if you've got that support there, you're paying for it, you might as well use it.
But it's still funny to repeat that every time a coach speaks, I stop and listen as if I understand all the languages in the world. And 3 seconds in, I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot I don't speak Czech, actually.
Well, you're across a couple, though.
I wish we had an AI or something that would just translate at the same time so we could be on top of it all. Now it's Boskova losing patience here, going far down the line twice, a little too early in the rally.
A couple in a row onto that backhand wing.
14 love.
She panicked a little bit there. She got caught so far back from the deep ball from Boskova and then just lofted that one, but felt like just a little panic trying to run up to that ball from Świątek.
That's getting the forehand working. Still don't have a break though in this second set. Boskova leading 3-2.
Boskova leads 3-2.
You can see the tablet that Wim Fissette is using. They get all the stats delivered to them direct. and then some. There is so much data that is being gathered throughout the match that the coaches can see in real time.
And that is a danger, right? How much information that you see do you actually feed to your opponent? That would be even stranger.
Well, you have to walk down the other end of the court to do it, but yeah.
But to your player, there is even the best in the world can only work through so much information in the very stressful moment of a tennis match. So it's really an art to know what kind of information and what moment to feed to your player.
Time.
There is the tablet that all the coaches get access to, all of the stats, data being obtained in real time.
To see the stats.
Though Winfrey said having a bit of trouble making it work.
I was just going to say, I don't think he's on the right page there.
Yeah, covered it well, closed in nicely. That closing speed forward is so good from Świątek. It was an awkward ball. It was a good pickup from Bouzkova in the end.
Just those second serves that go away for Bouzkova a few times in very important moments of the match. Gives Świątek just a bit of leeway here to maybe find back into the set.
Just pressed that little bit too much.
Yeah, that was an opportunity there. That ball from Świątek did not have a lot of pace on it, and Bouzkova just overhit on that forehand.
Oh, she's missed again. Didn't have to go that close to the line.
13-40.
That's sort of the fine tuning on the aggression from Iga Świątek.
Good serve there, very good placement. Wasn't very fast, 141 kilometers per hour only, but Jill mentioned that the wind is slightly into Bouzkova's back on that side. Used the kick serve, got Świątek out of position.
Oh no, it was just reaching for that ball. And up to it in time.
That was a great slice from Świątek. That ball stayed so low. Actually, Bouzkova did a good job of trying to get up to it, but you're right, Pete just needed one extra step forward.
First service.
We're back level again. The champions find a way. 3-all.
3 against 1.
Fantastic patience here from Iga Swiatek on that third break point. We saw the first one where she rushed a little, took a bit too much risk, played this one very safe, good risk, good amount of risk, not overplaying. Happy player, happy team.
We'll be riding that forehand as we've been talking about throughout the match. Now the stage where it's on. We talked about the winner to unforced error ratio still in favour. Swiatek +3. More winners to unforced errors, but it's where the unforced errors come in. They tend to come in groups. More in runs. So look at that isolation and go, yes, more winners to unforced, that's great, but where are those unforced errors coming in and how often in terms of repetition do we see, particularly on that forehand side?
That was the one serve that when she got the Ks per hour up in the last year, she forgot to serve that slice serve that she did before, and now they are incorporating back into her game. She's doing a lot better there.
Two in a row out wide in that court. It gets the job done. Swiatek back in front. It's 4-3 in the seconds.
Jannik leads 4 against 3.
It's also that expression of the match being on your racket. And certainly it's the case for Swiatek, whether it's positive or negative. It's been about that. And, you know, Buskova will know, particularly in that game, that, okay, Swiatek, there were a few errors leading up to that, then locked in again, and that's what's going to make it so tough for her, because she's got to think, okay, what can I do differently to be able to match this?
It was the same thing in the first round. She was down 5-3, Swiatek was, and Yuan Yue, who played a fantastic match, served for it at 5-4, 15 love. You thought, ooh, this could go into 3. And Swiatek just came up with 4 of the biggest winners into the line, took so much risk, but it works out. Those are things champions. And I asked her afterwards in the interview, and she didn't even remember that anymore.
Aggression and precision, the key in that match. Oh, John Cain Arena rocking tonight.
Now 15.
She just hesitated a little bit in terms of coming forward there, Świątek. That's what cost her in the point.
I actually really like the way she constructed that point, though, because she got the ball she wanted. She did let it drop a little bit too much, but the combination of the high, heavy forehand into the corner, she got the short ball. Just didn't do enough with that swing volley.
Yeah, I agree with Jill. And Boskova doing a fantastic job here and just hanging in there, making Świątek work, making her really earn and construct those points. And sometimes that's all you can do in tennis when you're facing a very strong opponent.
Oh, got the first one, couldn't get the seconds.
Świątek really read that play because she was already sprinting before Boskova actually hit the ball. She saw the angle of the racket and got such a head start up to the drop shot.
Boskova was waiting in that corner.
Sometimes you can be too fast up to the ball.
Yeah.
Świątek just ran into it.
That's nicely done. Talk about patience being the key. She waited for a moment there.
And this is the Świątek that every single play and the draw will be weary of. She might not get the winner right off the bat, but it hurts the muscles on the other side, having to run those heavy forehands down. I had the questionable pleasure of being on the other side of those, so I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, too good. Controlling the contest now is Iga Świątek, Jill.
Well, I have to tell you, she is looking so focused because her team right in front of me are throwing fist bumps in the air, and now she's at the stage where she's not even engaging with them in a good way. I mean, she's just putting her head down and getting to work. That was an excellent point.
It sure was. Didn't need to pull the trigger too early. You just wait for that right moment. There's the backhand getting the job done. As I mentioned, just the semi-finals here for Iga Swiatek, and there'll be a lot of players who'll be signing for Australian Open semi-finals, but she wants a lot more than that. Kalinskaya, the 31st seed, will be the opponent for the winner in round 3. Iga Swiatek a game away. Oh.
Yeah, I just caught that a little bit behind her, but she got so low with the legs on the previous shot. Again, doing the right things, but that one just way behind her head.
Oh, that forehand working again. It's been a bit up and down throughout the match. Buskova has been heading in that direction more often than not. A little hot and cold, but running hot now for Swiatek. And again, that wide serve coming to the fore, Jill.
That one's been working well for her, but she's getting it a little bit shorter in the box, which is really helping it swing away from Boskova. She's such a good front runner, Pete.
Yep, absolutely. The ideal hit out, really, an hour and 16 on court.
Great move from Boskova. As soon as she saw Iga in trouble, did not hesitate to transition forward, take that ball out of the air.
It's just been when those opportunities have come tonight, Jill, and they've been few and far between. Nope, not quite.
Pete all of a sudden got pretty gusty down here with the wind and just changed the conditions on Iga. Part of the reason I think that last forehand went flying off her racket. The wind is really behind her.
But a great recalibration though, Jill. I mean, that's been happening throughout today where she might be down for a little while, she recalibrates and everything's back on track again.
Yeah, one of the best at being able to let go of the previous point and bounce back so strongly. Great adjustments.
Iga Świątek is coming for this Australian Open title.
2 sets to love.
A strong performance here in round number 2. 1 hour and 19 on the clock. Efficient play. And looking good as one of the title contenders in 2026. Getting it done 6-3, 6-2. And a meeting now with Anna Kalinskaya in round number 3.
A clean, efficient, and effective way is how I describe Świątek's play here. Yeah, we just had 6-2, 6-3. That's great. That's going to get her victory for, but just fantastic serves. I don't know, everything. It feels like what can't you really talk about when it comes to Świątek and the